Hello, hello, hello. Oh, thank God. All right, let me know if you can see and hear me okay. This is 3 hours after the earliest possible flexible start time that I had initially posted. So I forgive you guys for not jumping on or not being all watching at the moment. What about now, though? Try to listen more. Because at first I didn't have sound and then I fixed it. Can see and hear you from DC. Thank you, thank you. Got my adrenaline pumping a little bit there. All right, so thank you for my early confirmations. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate you guys. So this is going to be a group energy healing where I heal 135 people in 11 different countries. And the theme for this healing and the other one in this set of 2 healings, the December 2025 twin set, today's Thursday, and then the other healing is on Sunday. And the theme is confidence, intuition, and inner peace and or inner silence. Sort of like cousin concepts. But yeah. So, but we're also today going to work sort of like looking forward and looking back kind of stuff, like future and past a bit. But anyway, let me introduce all that properly. But there will also be a little sleep stuff, helping quality of sleep, because that's so important. I'm going to try and use a timer. We'll see how that goes. There we go. Okay, so talking about today's concepts. Oh, and co-hosting with me is our kitten. I won't say his name because he's sleeping very peacefully right now, which is good. But over to my back left is your back right is is our kitten, whose name is Felix, like the cartoon cat. F as in Friday. Okay, so today. Oops. I can type really. One more time. There we go. Okay, so we will do 4 or 5 things. One of them is kind of a big category, but in addition to all the foundational stuff that we'll do towards the start of the healing, all the 5 essential stuff, grounding, aura repair, chakra repair, creative ring repair, back of head stuff. If you skip that stuff and you need it, you're kind of wasting your time. So that's why we always do that stuff. The 5 essentials at the start of each healing, or, near the start of each healing. So of course we'll do that. But then we will do 4 or 5 other things. So, let me see. So this is a bigger category. I'm counting it as one thing, but it's 2 sort of chunky things actually. One of them is proactive clearing for 2026. Today's date is December 25th, 2025, which many people consider Christmas Day. If you celebrate Christmas Day, I do not at all. I was raised being forced to, so I'm very much in favor of not celebrating it in any way. And I do enjoy that. So for me, it is not Christmas Day, but for you, it may be. If so, Merry Christmas to you. And other religions have other important holidays around, in the next weeks or in the past weeks recently. So happy holidays to all of you guys. But anyway, so the future-y kind of thing is the proactive clearing for 2026 or the next 6 months, the next year, whatever. And you can do this at any time of whenever you want to do it. It's always a good idea. Proactively clearing just energy blocks that are likely to be, they may already be triggered because you as a spirit know something subconsciously, something that's going to be happening in the upcoming year, or consciously and you're triggered about it already. So clearing triggered energy blocks, but then also you can proactively find the energy blocks that are likely to become triggered in the coming 6 months or coming year, whatever, and clear those. So that's proactive clearing, where you're clearing not just things that are triggered right now about the future, but things that will become triggered, most likely. So we'll do that again. We have done that. We did that a few months ago. And there is a short video in my short video playlist that has proactive clearing in the title. And that's what that is. And then the other part of that is the past stuff, because today is Christmas Day for many people. And like I said, other religions have other holidays, nearby or whatever, and cultures have different holidays in the winter. I have like a small handful of clients in Australia, so I do love you guys, and I know it's not your winter right now. So much love to you guys. But so forgive me, I don't mean to, forget about you guys, but most of my clients are in the northern hemisphere, and so therefore it's winter for them. So just gotta say that. But winter holidays, it's possible to have baggage around winter holidays because of your past experiences during those holidays. It can also be baggage around birthdays, anniversaries, stuff like that. So I call it recurring event baggage. Recurring event baggage could even be like, you have a hang up about Monday mornings because you don't like your job and you work Monday through Friday. So like you start getting triggered Sunday night, and that's essentially recurring event baggage that you just keep getting triggered over and over and over again because you don't like your work and you start work on Monday. Which I have learned is not a universal thing. I believe in Qatar, the work week starts on Sunday. I believe. Hope I got that right. But anyway, so we're going to clear recurring event baggage, and it's super useful to do. And you don't have to, it can be sort of a catch-all, whatever recurring event baggage you have. So it could be about the start of your work week. It could be about birthdays. It could be about, Christmas. It could be about whatever holidays you have celebrated in this lifetime, or past life holidays too. You could have had such crappy past life holidays that you're not really in favor of holidays in this lifetime, even though in this lifetime, to your knowledge, there's been no especially crappy things happening to you in this lifetime on holidays. So it's good to clear. And that too is a already existing short video in my short video playlist. It has recurring event baggage in the title. Okay, so that's one thing that I'm counting as one thing that we're doing today. Just because they're closely related. So then, So this stuff is going to be, it's sort of on my maybe pile, but I'll probably do it. So it's on the probably pile, let's say. This is one thing, is for good sleep, for better sleep, right? And there may be times in your life where you have fantastic sleep, and God bless you, that's awesome. You know, but there may be times in your life where your sleep is fairly crappy. And maybe there are external reasons, like a kitten jumping on you at night. Or, you know, your alarm goes off because you have to give your dog medication every 8 hours. Maybe. Or, you know, whatever. But, or apparently menopause is supposed to mess with sleep. So for women going through menopause, that can supposedly make your sleep crappier. But I would encourage people, regardless of your external circumstances or physical circumstances like menopause or whatever, try not to just give up and be like, oh, well, I just have shitty sleep. I mean, yeah, don't freak out about it. But the things that we're going to do today are an example of some things that maybe you could tweak, you know, and experiment with to improve your sleep, because sleep is really important for the physical body and for you as a spirit. But for the physical body, especially, like your body, you know, all these physiological things, good things happen, you know, if you get more sleep cycles continuously and, you know, whatever. So it's important stuff. So the two things technically that we're going to do today that can help with this stuff. Having, you know, being able to fall asleep and stay asleep longer than you would otherwise, and or go back to sleep more easily, stuff like that, and not be as bothered by the external whatever dramas. Two of the things are good karma window work. Good karma windows, they're in the back here, back of head stuff. They're one of the 5 essentials. So you may want to, if you have an issue with your sleep, you may want to do that, work your good karma windows, you know, repair them, unblock them, before you go to sleep at night. You know, even if initially you go to sleep and then later you keep waking up, so you're like, well, Janet, I don't have a problem when I go to sleep. First, go to sleep. It doesn't matter. Like, just proactively, you know, they could be already damaged, and it only affects you, you know, as far as like the duration of your sleep, like, you know, how long you stay asleep. So anyway, good karma windows is one thing. And the second thing is something that we did in the last healing, but we're going to do it more today, is the last healing, you know, 10 days ago, I think. Well, longer than 10 days ago, probably 2 weeks ago, almost. The third healing, you know, 3 of 3 of December triplet set. We did the 2 meridians and their Wei Qi auras that we normally don't work. So that's I've already mentioned good karma windows. That's the abbreviation for good karma windows back here, and how they can help with sleep duration, you know, going back to sleep, yada yada. The other thing is, the 2 meridians. So pericardium meridian and heart meridian. And their Wei Qi auras. So that we're going to work quite a bit. I mean, good karma windows, that's pretty standard. We do that. That's part of the 5 essentials. We do it every healing. So, I mean, yeah, you can do more and more detailed work with your good karma windows, and that is pretty fun, in like a really geeky kind of way. But I think it's just... I think you can get improvement in your sleep just by the basics of repairing your good karma windows, and unblocking. But so we do that in the healings, but they may not stay that way. You know, I mean, that's sort of the fact of life, I guess, really. I mean, maybe someday I'll figure out how to, make that less and less of an issue. But, things get damaged, like some, your bossy sibling gets pissed at you and throws some energy, or, whatever happens. And things get damaged that weren't damaged, 12 hours earlier, so anyway, so good karma windows, but also these two meridians, the pericardium and the heart meridians, and we'll go over the route of them and do them. But basically, they start, heart starts in the armpit, ends in the pinky, so it goes right to the pinky, and then pericardium meridian starts like right somewhere around here, and then it arches a little bit, and goes down and ends in the middle finger. Which my inner child is really amused at. And so they're both yin meridians. Even though they're both yin meridians, the pericardium meridian is the defender of the heart meridian. So they work very closely together. But they're so important, and they can help sleep. They can help your quality of sleep. For real. They're kind of, I feel like, you know how sometimes you can just feel like every little thing bothers you, and you just have this kind of raw feeling, like you're overwhelmed, you're oversensitive, you're like, wah. Okay. In that state, you could have a lot of damage in your pericardium and heart meridian area, like the meridians themselves and the Wei Qi auras, especially right in front. The auras right in front. The auras go all around you. All Wei Qi auras do. But especially like in front here, you could have it completely ripped open if you feel that sort of vulnerable and pissy and, irritable and whatever. Whereas if you, get a lot of junk out and strengthen it up and repair it up and get them flowing nicely, those two meridians and their Wei Qi auras all around you, you can have just so much more of like a comforted, safe feeling. Like you're in your safe little bubbles, and you're just like, yeah, the outside world is very dramatic, but inside you don't feel the drama. You can feel very protective. So that helps with sleep. So those two things, good karma windows, and then those two meridians and their Wei Qi auras, that's something you could do not only proactively before you even start sleeping in an evening, but also if you wake up, like double check them quickly, and then, go back to sleep. So hopefully then that chunk of sleep will be more long lasting because of the work you did. I mean, if you have some kind of life where things are just not that intense, and you don't have invasive people in your life, and you don't have a job that attracts invasive energy to you, then, you may not need to keep repairing those things. But if you don't, then you probably have great sleep already. So, so that's great for you. But for the rest of the world that has sleep issues, I think these things would help. So we're going to do them today. And not only that, so my teaching point that I really want to highlight, so hopefully I'll make it its own chapter, is that the PC and the heart meridian and their Wei Qi auras, which I just described earlier, they go from, armpit and or here down your arms, and one of them ends in your pinky, one ends in your middle finger. And their Wei Qi auras go all around you, of course, and those protect those two meridians and nurse them. So repairing all that and having it flowing helps with sleep, helps with your mind, your state of mind, helps with, let's see, I wrote it all down. It's like so many things. The mind, the spirit, joy, pleasure, emotional stability, helps to calm anxiety, insomnia, helps with insomnia and restlessness. I mean, so much. Depression it can help with, joyfulness. I mean, it's a lot. So when we worked it in the last healing 2 weeks ago, It was the first time meridians and their way to auras in any depth, as far as I can recall. And so a lot of people, you know, surf that really, but some people, it made them more aware of the irritants and the burdens that are still that were still in those weeks, you know, because we can't make them later, right? So, but they were more aware. So some people, not a lot, but some people were especially irritable, ironically, after we worked those 2 meridians. And it wasn't necessarily because someone jumped in that wasn't there before. It's that you're aware. First, that's true. But we can't avoid those 2 meridians. There's a good side to it, you know. When you did it before. Don't I have this hang, which some clients, but most clients, so, you know, because people are like, oh, I want to say, I just, but sometimes, you know, I don't know, social program. I just tend to not have great. Like I've told, but there's a lot of reasons. So anyway, I think it's funny that we're gonna be kind of doing thing in the in Christmas, if you do celebrate Christmas religions, and of course the American version of all these as extremely humorous and possibly. But anyway, so I this is my sort of humorous twist on it. We're gonna clear out crappy gifts, energy gifts that you've gotten that are stuck in your pericardium or your heart meridian weight. Basically, sometimes I get back there. But in those particular, because this has to do with your heart and your mind and all sorts of really important things. And you can find like the crappiest stuff that people did like you owe me for this, or you're a terrible person, you're a terrible friend, or you're a terrible daughter, or whatever. Like just the most awful. And sometimes they like literally, it like sort of looks stiff, like all box. So it's a fun way. I think it's yes. But it's a fun way to clear out. Um, I hated. So anyway, an end if set, but that's why we. I just don't like how that's a lot. A that you sell that it's like, oh, Merry Christmas. I was like, a lot of assumptions. I mean, I guess so. That's another crappy gifts. Okay, so their base of energy can just and we definitely asking high that are like, or you can have the ones that are like hiding far away that you know put that dimension or consciously terrible replace it. So we'll make sure our way any invasive thing so they don't just keep. Anyway, so that should be. And that could help with sleep. It could help with focus. I'll probably add to it at the same in that same section. Okay, so this one also but anyway, will heal inner child parts to help you with all the aspects of the confidence, intuition, and your peace. Then all love and so that's so that makes sense, and I hope you be very cool. So now I'm going to look at chat comments. Quickly. If you did want to say where you're viewing from, what the weather's like where you are, here I am in the Pacific Northwest of the United States in Washington State, and it is dark out. Even during the day, it was pretty dark. That's the hard around this time of year. It's like not only that the daylight hours are short, because we just had the winter solstice, so it's right. It is the shortest daylight hours of the year, but even our daylight hours are really not that bright a lot of the time this time of year. That's the hardest part. It's like there's not much light to begin with. I mean, it's just very like heavily cloudy, like darkly. Um, it's like in this living here, you get attuned to like different flavors of cloudy weather. Like in the late, in the summer, like if there's a cloudy day, it's still like a really bright cloudy day. Like if you live somewhere else, you just think, well, cloudy day, cloudy day. It's all the same. But here, you really learn that there's very different types of cloudy days. So anyway, whatever. And we had a lot of wind. We had windstorm actually. During the pet update section, hopefully I'll have time for a pet update at the end. Maybe a little rushed, but I'll have if I do it. It should be. I'll talk about the outdoor cats. They're not my cats, but they're this neighborhood has a lot of. But anyway, we had big windstorm, but nothing got harmed. Like our house didn't get, but big branches came. So that was our weather. All right. So now let's do everyone else's. So they can see and hear you from DC, Washington, the capital of the US. Thank you. Hey, Janet, can see and hear you from Phoenix, Arizona. Really? Hope you're having a good time. The sound goes away for a few seconds now and then. Sound cutting out. Damn. Someone says I can hear you. A lot of people said no sounds. Someone says I can hear you. Oh my God. Oh my God. So it looks like all me saying what we're going to do was not audible for people. Hopefully, they were just small gaps. The funny thing is, though, we had a lot of sound gaps. See, it's like my sound indicator looks fine. So weird. Uh, so just turned off my phone. I'm wondering if and I'm welcome. Mhm. Now you can hear me. Hello, hello. I did unplug my camera. Not Can anyone hear me now? Oh, I think people can hear me now. Maybe. I'm wondering if I have sound now. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. Okay, so if you can hear me in the chat, okay, A, B, C, D, it has some... up to Z. That's so cute. Someone still has no sound? Okay, so now I will say words that I know in Spanish. Yeah, it affects the quality of the sound because I'm not using the nice, awesome microphone anymore. I'm using the laptop, and so you can hear the fan as a distracting static. Okay, so words in Spanish, suegra means mother-in-law, which is kind of funny because if you have a really crappy mother-in-law, suegra sounds kind of evil. La suegra, the mother-in-law. Or, let's see, should I say some bad words in Spanish? Mierda. Mierda is shit in Spanish. La migra is immigration in Spanish. Like, you know, the immigration authorities. La suegra. Okay, somebody heard that. Okay, good. All right, well, but I think you can hear the fan background, so I don't know, maybe my clients that have sound sensitivities are gonna not be able to handle that, so I apologize. That's why I started using the microphone, but I just can't afford any complexity right now. Suegra and la migra. Awesome. Okay, here's another one. Mejor sola que mal acompañada. Okay, I'll say it again. Mejor sola que mal acompañada. Okay, so what that means is, in English, the translation is, you're better off by yourself than with the wrong company. So when, you know, if you're single or you're, you know, soon to be single or something, it's a good expression to, you know, I don't know, remind yourself. Mejor sola que mal acompañada. Yep, that's how you spell it, except K is probably Q-U-E, I guess. But yeah, mal acompañada, that's how you say it. Mal acompañada, except the N, there's a little Enya over it, which I always have trouble typing that. Like, I can never remember how you're supposed to type that. Anyway, okay, good. So that's enough Spanish. So I hope... All right, so I'm just going to resume now. So okay, but please let me know if the sound again takes a crap. I'll try to monitor the comments better. I'm sorry about that, but I wasn't monitoring the whole time. I just thought that people commenting liked the live stream. Not that they couldn't hear me. But anyway. What I'll do as a solution is I'm going to record now the nutshell version, and I'll make it its own chapter so that if there really does end up being too much sound and video disturbance in the first part of the live stream where I'm explaining what we're doing, I'll just tell everyone to skip forward to this point. Okay, so we're doing 5 things other than the 5 essentials, which we always do: grounding, aura repair, creative ring repair, chakra repair, and back of head stuff. Other than that stuff, which is essential, which is why I call it the 5 essentials, we will do 5 other things. One of them is for sleep, but it helps in a lot of other ways. And that's good karma window stuff back here, which we're going to do it already as the essentials, but we'll do a little extra for sleep. And then the heart meridian and the pericardium meridian, they go down your arms and end in your fingers. And we're going to clear crappy gifts. Stuff that people have handed you that's gotten stuck in those particular Wei Qi auras, the auras that are particularly for those 2 meridians. Because those 2 meridians, PC pericardium and HT heart meridian, they help with, you mentally, psychologically, they help with sleep, they help with emotional stability, all sorts of huge things. So we're going to do that, clear crappy gifts, and it's fun to do, and it's sort of like a dark humor, Christmassy kind of thing to do as well. So I'm looking forward to that. Then we'll be clearing resistance and avoidance and proactive clearing for 2026. And we'll be clearing recurring event baggage for the past, stuff that keeps, like say if you had some crappy winter holidays in the past or crappy birthdays or whatever, we're going to clear the baggage that keeps triggering every time that event rolls around again. So that's another thing. We'll clear stuff around here in the astral body aura, hard objects and stuff from people and invasive beings that came with it and whatever. And then we'll do extra repair of GV 15, 16, and 17, which they are basic skull points, but I just want to group the whole thing together as one chapter in the healing. And then we'll do inner child healing to help all aspects of the thinking: confidence, intuition, inner silence, inner peace, self-love, and motivation. I'm just sticking those in extra because that's important. Is there a separate video for the healing? Please drop a link for us. Okay, so so usually my explanations before the healing, they can be lengthy, but they're usually not this lengthy. But part of that is because I'm screwing up with sound and stuff, whatever. So, but there will be later, I'll make chapters, so you can just skip right to the chapter where the healing starts. So you don't have to listen to the preamble if you don't want to later. So no, there's not a separate video. It's just one epically long live stream where there's the explanations before the healing, there's the epically long healing, and then there's some chit chat afterwards discussing healing topics, stuff like that. So it's all one live stream, but there will be chapters to it. Sometimes it takes me a whole day to make the chapters. Sometimes I get some inspiration and I do it late in the night tonight. We'll see. Yeah, no, it's all one video. Hope that makes sense. Okay. So now we will do 3 minutes of quiet, during which time you get a break from my chitter chatter and I get a break from it. And I finish my prep for the healing, and then I start the healing in silence for that first minute of the healing, just to get in the zone. And then after that, I'm still healing, but I will say what I'm doing as I do it. So you could use it as a self-healing walkthrough if you want. And all levels self-healing walkthrough. So even if you've never done energy healing before, there should be enough for you to kind of wing it. And if you're, sort of a bold newbie, and even if you're super, super advanced in energy healing, there should be, I would think, lots of interesting stuff for you to follow along with. Okay. So now 3 minutes of quiet. Okay, thanks for waiting. So go ahead and redo your grounding. Your grounding is your connection to the core of the earth. Technically, you have two groundings, one for your physical body and your physical body aura, and one for your astral body, which is you as a spirit, the part of you that can be fully present in your physical body. So your astral body and your astral body aura have a grounding too. So that's your astral body grounding, and then you have your physical body grounding. So make them both really wide as all your auras, and wide all the way down to the core of the earth. So wide in front of you, wide behind you, wide all the way down. Then you make a copy out in front of you of both your groundings, and use your gold light from your hands to comb through and melt away any blocks in your ground. So you have a big hand chakra in the palm of each hand, a hand chakra, right? Big one. And then you have fingertip chakras, one in each fingertip. So those chakras you set with your intention. You don't have to see energy. You set with your intention, your thought. Set them to gold. So that as they spin, they naturally generate energy. All chakras generate energy. So you just, it means that they're going to generate gold light. And gold light is a good vibration for healing, clearing, letting go. It's fast moving, but not to the point where it would be frenetic or anything. So then you can use the gold light from one hand to repair and unblock the other hand. The more you unblock these energy centers, the better they are at generating energy. So, because you want a lot of gold light to do your healing with. Right, so go ahead and unblock your hands. You can have a copy out in front of you of your shoulders and your arms and your hands. And whenever you're healing a body part, you want to heal within, like unblock inside there, but also all your auras around there. You want to unblock and repair all your auras around, because auras protect, and if they're flowing and whole, it helps the flow within your body. So comb through and unblock within your shoulders and your arms and your hands. And your auras around your shoulders, arms, and hands. Just comb all around and melt away the chunks. You might have big burdens on your shoulders. So just use so much gold light that they melt away. So when you're combing through your grounding, you might say, well, I don't know where the blocks are, but you can, it's like if you're sweeping a floor, you just sweep all the junk in one spot, and then you have your dustpan, you sweep it up, right? So with this, you can just gather up the energy blocks in your grounding into one spot through your intention, and also with your hands, gold light from your hands, gather up all the blocks that are good to melt away into one big lump, and then use so much gold light for your hands that the blocks melt away. So sweep together the energy blocks in your grounding and use so much gold light that they melt away. You want a very strong downward flow all throughout your grounding, not just the center core part, but like down here, in the back and the front, all the way, the whole thing. All the way down to the core of the earth. Indie grounding is where you check the outer surface of your grounding, and you run gold light through that outer surface of your groundings. You melt away attachments. People can be hooking into your grounding, even like a parent or sibling, someone who's worried about you, they mean well, they may be hooked into your grounding, and that doesn't help. That actually can block up your grounding. So just wash everybody out of your grounding and use gold light on the outer surface just to melt away the connections to other people. So even like a 2-year-old child would be better off if their grounding just went straight down and their parents' grounding did not hook into theirs. Because parents are dealing with a lot of heavy adult stuff, and so their grounding is not, you know, all comforting and gentle, you know. So it's better if everyone has their own grounding. Parent and child do have a first chakra cord. So if you're a parent with a child that's, say, younger than 12 or so, maybe 12 and younger, and you can imagine the first chakra cords from your first chakras, astral and physical, to your child's first chakras, and just you know, use gold light and unblock it. And this is just if you're a parent of a young child. So imagine the first chakra cords between your first chakras and their first chakras, and just use lots of gold light, unblock. You can bring up red earth energy and soak the those cords in red earth energy and gold light. Melt everybody else out of the cord. Like you could have the child's grandparents like plugging in, but unless they are the other primary caretaker, it's not, it would be very, well, even if it was the other primary caretaker, it would be invasive for them to plug into your connection. So just melt everybody out of your connection. So it's just from your first chakra to your kid's first chakra. If you have pets, I actually don't suggest that you do that with your pet. I used to think that was kind of adorable, you know, to have a first chakra for your pet. But much like with an adult and a young child, it's like you're grounding, just there's a lot going on. And so you're not really doing your pet a huge favor by connecting your first chakra or your grounding to theirs. Better to have them have their own, you know, so they can just be at their little puppy vibration or whatever they so anyway, that's grounding. Good job. And some unblocking of the arms and shoulders and hands. The reason I do that, I mean, it's cool, but also the more present you are as a spirit in your arms and hands, the more unblocked this is, the more present you can be in there, then, you know, it does help them generate more energy. And also you're more likely to be able to feel energy, which, you know, maybe you can't feel energy right now with your fingers, but over time it can turn on, that ability can turn on, you can get better at it, and it is super cool. You feel like a rip in your aura and you're like, whoa, it's like if you're stepping in the floor and there's a hole in the floor and you didn't expect it, you're like, whoa. Yeah, it can be like that, where you can actually feel the rip in your aura, like it's, feel like nothing's there. Whoa. There's a valley there when there should be just a rounded bubble, you know. And so using your hands is good practice, you know, not only because there's a lot of gold light, so that's useful, but, you know, the more present you are, ultimately, you know, you might be able to feel, which is huge too, hugely helpful. All right. So aura repair and unblocking, you have 17 auras, which, if that blows your mind, don't think about it. Just think that you have a bunch and you want to repair all of them. But you do have 17. Your astral body aura, your physical body aura, and 15 auras called Wei Chi auras. So astral body aura, physical body aura, and 15 Wei Chi auras. Wei Chi is a traditional Chinese medicine concept. It means strong boundaries energy, basically. But the fact that you have 15 Wei Chi auras, that's something that angels taught me. That's not strictly Chinese medicine. It's sort of Chinese medicine adjacent, you could say. It's something that angels taught Janet. All right, so anyway, the point is auras can get ripped and then energy leaks, and that sucks. It makes it easier for invasive energy to come in, invasive people, invasive beings, and it just can exhaust you and make body parts more vulnerable to physical pain if your auras are ripped up, because then your aura's not there to protect it. So let's repair all the rips in all your auras at the same time, because we can, using composite copy technique. So what you do is you imagine an image of a rip And you say, okay, this represents all the rips in my 17 auras. And this image of a rip, right? And so we'll call it your composite copy rip, right? It's a composite of all those rips that you currently have. So then as you repair this rip, you're repairing all those rips at the same time. So just imagine your rip, and then you're going to clean it out first with sticky gold wax. So sticky gold wax is gold light from your hands that with your intention, it'll stick to everything that's not you and make a big lump. And then you can remove all the junk that's not you at once, give it to your angels, right? So fill it with sticky gold wax, remove all the junk at the same time. Angels, here you go. Again, sticky gold wax. Remove all the junk that's not you and give it to your angels. Angels, here you go. So what was all that junk? Hard objects that may have been thrown at you, invasive people, invasive beings. And so once that's all gone, then you can use the gold light and get it pretty deep in there. And that starts the repair. You can also say, angels, if there are any invasive beings in the way of this repair, can you please recycle them? So that things repair more quickly. Okay, so that probably repaired most of the rips that you have in your 17 auras. However, let's do it one more time quickly for the leftover rips, in case you have a couple that were more stubborn. So you make a new composite copy rip, just an image of a rip, and you say, okay, well, this represents any leftover rips, right? And then do the same thing, sticky gold wax, lift out all the junk. Angels, here you go. Sticky gold wax, lift out all that junk. Angels, here you go. And get the gold light as deep as you can. You can say, angels, if there are any invasive beings in the way of this repair, can you please recycle them? And you do have angels, even if you didn't know that you have them. So when you say with your mind, angels, they hear you, even if you don't hear them. So we finish up that repair. So that pretty much repaired all your rips, most likely. So you may have leftover hardness, either a couple layers deep within one of your auras or several of your auras, or on the outer surface. So the inner stuff I call bruising, the outer stuff I call scarring. Same difference, really. It's just hardness, and it weakens your auras. So you can put copies of all your aura hardness out in front of you in a big pile and just melt all of the aura hardness away with gold light. Because a lot of people think, well, hardness, that's like a good shield, right? Except that's not how energy works. Energy with energy, hardness like breaks really quickly and easily. So the more hardness you have in your auras, the more, you know, if someone throws energy at you, the tear will happen and it'll go deeper. If you had perfect flow, someone could whack you all day and night and it wouldn't even affect your auras at all, which is kind of cool. So anyway, again, put all your leftover aura hardness out in front of you and use gold light and melt it away. All right, good job. This is slightly technical, so if it blows your mind, I apologize, but veterans know about it. So gold mesh spheres are what makes the Wei Qi auras big gold flowy force fields. The Wei Qi auras, they're filled up with gold light that is generated by these gold mesh spheres. There are 3 gold mesh spheres in each Wei Qi aura, and they wrap all around you. They're gold, they're mesh, and they look like mesh, and they're just energy. But they're like chakras, but they don't look like chakras. They just look like a big gold mesh around you. And if it's whole and cleaned off, then it just generates so much gold light, which is good. Then it helps your boundaries, and it goes inward to whatever meridian it's supposed to nourish. So it's awesome, right? But those gold mesh spheres can get, ripped, or, they have gaps in them. Even if after you repair your aura, unless you go and repair all the gold mesh spheres. So you can just imagine all your auras, you know, which they're all around you. They're all in the same place. So just imagine like a big bubble, but it's really all 17 bubbles, right? All 17 of your auras. And then just imagine the gold mesh spheres inside there. There's an innermost, there are 15 innermost ones, 15 middle ones, and 15 outermost ones. And just heal them all at once, repair them all at once with gold light. And you don't have to see energy to do it. Just use your intention and gold light from your hand. And you can say, angels, if there are any invasive beings in the way of this healing work, can you please recycle them? And you'll notice I do say that often. Why do I say that often? Because it's necessary. Why is it necessary to ask your angels over and over to recycle invasive beings? That's kind of silly and repetitive. Yes, it is, but apparently it's necessary. Your angels, if you ask, they'll recycle, meaning destroy, as many invasive beings as you can handle getting rid of at one time. Because you have to get more, then you get more presence, and then you can kind of hold ground, you know. But if they recycle a whole bunch, you can't get present enough to like hold all that ground, new ground, so you'll just get new invasive beings. So that's why it's very gradual, so you have to keep asking. But anyway, so we are repairing gold mesh spheres so that your Wei Qi auras have more and more gold light in them. Your boundaries are stronger and stronger. All right, good job. Good job, good job. Ah, my confetti isn't working. That's heartbreaking. There we go. Oh my God. Finally, my confetti. Let's see if my butterflies work. Yeah, thank goodness. Something works right today. Okay. So moving right along. Let's see, creative rings. You know what? We'll do creative rings and chakra repair in the same chapter. Even though they're two separate processes, it's just sometimes I get so tired of making all these like teeny little mini chapters. So anyway, creative rings are up here. 1, 2, 3. They're gold, and those rings generate gold light, and it makes a nice bouncy force field right there. And also that gold light gets sent downward to nourish your major chakras, which are along your spine, right? Your 7 astral and your 7 physical chakras are along your spine. So creative rings are good when they're repaired. If they're not repaired, if they're irritated, it can be pretty overwhelming. Because then invasive people and invasive beings can cord them, and then that energy that's not yours gets like, it just feels like really sort of overwhelming, and it can come down and affect your chakras and make it hard for you to be present. So we want to repair and unblock, right? So just imagine your copies of your 3 gold creative rings out in front of you, and just use gold light and melt cords from people going into your creative rings. You may have like bossy siblings or sort of bossy controlling relatives that like to cord your creative rings. So just check for them. I mean, it's not good for anybody to cord your creative rings. Like even 2 lovers who totally enjoy themselves during the most intimate moments possible, they wouldn't be cording each other's creative rings. Like, it's just not a good thing. There's no good reason for it. So just melt everybody out of your creative rings. Like chakras, there are some chakras in that scenario I just described that, you know, would be corded temporarily, for sure, but not creative rings. Creative rings is definitely like it's very sensitive space, so only your energy would feel right there. So, and you can say, angels, can you recycle any invasive beings that are courting my creative rings? So creative rings and also chakras actually are, this is an image of a chakra. I mean, it's paper, but you know, this is the shape of a chakra. Most of them are much smaller than this, but this is the shape, open cylinder, right? So chakras do have flaps around the round openings, and also creative rings have flaps. So this is what I mean. When the flaps are open and in an irritated state, they're like this, they stick out. When what you want is for the flaps to be relaxed and to fall shut. So it's just like a smooth surface. You don't actually see the flaps noticeably if they're not irritated, right? They just fall shut. But if you have people courting your creative rings or courting the outer surface of your chakras, then the flaps puff out and they're irritated with that energy that's not yours, and then it's easier for other people to court too. So anyway, just you can check for see if there are flaps sticking out of your creative rings and just keep melting cords. You say, angels, can you please recycle any invasive beings courting here? Yeah, just keep doing it so that the flaps fall shut. Don't like force them shut, you know, but just keep melting anything that's not you out of the way. So shut. That way your energy can go through the middle of the rings, and the rings can do their job and generate gold light without interference. You can bring up purple earth energy just in your creative rings. So straight up from the core of the earth, bring up purple earth energy and have it soak your creative rings with purple earth energy. Purple because the natural color for creative rings is gold, but so purple is the highest vibration just below gold. And you know, I mean, having gold earth energy wouldn't really make sense. So purple earth energy is sort of the best creative rings, and for your 7th chakra, actually. But not for lower chakras. Best moving. I didn't say when we made grounding, I would suggest that it be red or orange or yellow. Both the groundings the same color. Both red, both orange, or both yellow. And also bring up your groundings high as your 3rd chakra, below your sternum. 3rd chakra brings your groundings up that high, so it's extra support for your 3rd and 2nd and 1st chakras. So that's creative rings with a little detour about grounding color. But so then let's do chakra repair and unblocking. So in case somebody really did want them separate. Now we're doing chakra. Okay. So basic shape of a chakra, right? Round open cylinder. Some people say it should be more narrow in the back, but I don't think so. I don't think that's helpful at all, because you want optimal flow. You want optimal flow through the chakra completely, and you know, so equally wide on both ends is best for that. So anyway, you just imagine an image of a chakra, much like this paper thing I was showing, and say, okay, well, this, with your intention, you say, okay, well, this represents all my major and minor chakras of my body and my spirit. So every single chakra. So major chakras, but also all the minor chakras, which includes all your cool acupuncture points, different chakras you have in each limb, just to keep energy flowing, all sorts of goodness. So just, so it represents all your chakras, and just use gold light and repair and unblock. And again, you do have flaps around the round openings, similar to this image, but not gold. So if they stick out, they look like this, which is not what you want. You want them to be flush and relaxed and just So it's nice and smooth here. But, you know, check and see. Of course, this represents all your chakras. So you'll probably definitely see some flaps open. So just keep using gold light, melt away cords from people, going into your chakras. Melt away the energy blocks. Because, I mean, you know, if you really want to be Susie Sunshine about it, the cords from people and invasive beings just shows you where you have stuck energy. Because if it wasn't stuck, if there was no stuck energy, there was no damage, then people couldn't cord you. So it's just showing you where you have energy blocks, right? Because their cords anchor into the energy blocks. So just melt away your energy blocks. It can look kind of like mud or like crusty, burnt hardness, the energy blocks. So just use lots of gold light. And melt cords from people. You can say, angels, can you recycle any invasive beings that are cording my chakras? Is that perfect now? Just asking once? No, as I explained before. It doesn't work that way. Your angels will just recycle as much as you can handle at the moment. So, and you can lift out energy blocks from, you know, all of your chakras. This represents all your chakras, right? So have your intention be you only want to do what's healthy and gentle to do at this time, right? For you personally. So lift out whatever energy blocks are healthy and gentle for you to clear at this time. So lift out those blocks and then melt everybody away from them. Like, you know, your brother could be cording them, or your nosy neighbor could be cording your energy blocks. So just melt everybody out with gold light. And once everybody's out, then you could just blow them up, which is kind of fun. Again, you can lift out energy blocks that are healthy and gentle to get rid of out of your chakras, and just use so much gold light that they melt away. Okay, so you can melt them, you can blow them up, or you can hand them to your angels. So lift out energy blocks that are healthy and gentle to get rid of, melt everybody out of them, and just say, angels, can you help me with all that? But, you know, the angels would prefer that you blow them up or melt them away yourself. But, you know, if you want to give them to your angels, that's okay. Your angels can help you with. All right. So we can do some chakra unblocking for the themes as well, because we have courage, intuition, and inner silence for our themes. So that's good. So you can have blocks in various chakras. I mean, oftentimes courage and intuition is 7th chakra, but 5th chakra can also relate to intuition. Confidence. I think I may have said courage. I mean confidence. So confidence and intuition are up here. Intuition's also here. Inner silence is a lot here, but it can be other chakras too. So if we just imagine all your chakras like we're already doing, and we lift out with your intention, just lift out any baggage in the way that's healthy and gentle to get rid of. Any baggage in the way of your confidence, intuition, or inner silence, and just melt that baggage away. So lift out any, we could call it theme baggage, because that's the theme for this healing. So lift out your theme baggage and melt it away. Gold light. Lift out your theme baggage that's healthy and gentle to get rid of. Melt it away. Nice deep breath. Breathe into your hands, breathe into your feet, breathe into your butt, breathe into your shoulders. Okay, so we did chakras, we did creative rings, so then just the back of head stuff is left for the for the 5 essentials. Alrighty, yeah. So this is the 5th essential. We can do it, and it also helps sleep. and helps focus. It's good stuff. So let's do good karma windows first. So they are part of your astral body, you as a spirit. And so your astral body aura goes all around you. They're part of your astral body aura. So back here, behind your head, behind like the base of your skull, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 of them, and there's 1 per layer of your astral body aura, because your astral body aura and your physical body aura have layers, like layers of an onion. And so you have 1 good karma window in each of those layers. And 1 good karma window, I usually say it looks like a triple frame window, but technically it's 3 concentric squares in shape. It's the shape, basically. So, so you have, 7 of those, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you just imagine those good karma windows, and you already have them, so you don't have to worry about, creating them or anything. It's just, you just run gold light back there. Even if you can't see, just imagine, a copy, so here's your head, here's the back behind that, and just use lots of gold light. And just you can use gold fire, gold water, gold soap, and just melt everybody out. So it's just you, and that you can repair. Because you can have like breaks on the, the framing part, or gashes in the window part that should be flowy and whole. So you can just, you could just run your hand through all of them like that to repair them. Or you could also do like a composite copy. So you have a copy where you're imagining it looks like one of these, so it looks like that. But it represents all 7 of them. And then you just repair them all at once like that, using the composite copy. And just repair any breaks. And you don't have to be able to see energy to do it. You just use your intention, your thought. But over time, the more present you get, the better your ability to see energy is. So it's not just that some people are clairvoyant and everyone else is not. We all have a 6th chakra, and that is for clairvoyance. But you don't need clairvoyance to do any of this stuff. Just use gold light. And good karma windows are interesting. You can get like stuff sort of pasted on them. So it's like even if they're not damaged, but maybe your auras are damaged, so someone can kind of get in that region, they can like smack like some stickers on them that say like, screw you, you're a terrible person, or, whatever. So you can get like, pieces of energy stuck to them. So you can just lift all that out, all the junk that's not yours around the good karma windows, and just melt it away. Lift out all the junk. Melt it away with gold light. Lift out all the junk. Melt it away with gold light. Because you could have a relative that's like particularly good at doing that. And as you do it, kind of like I'm doing right now, you can take breaks to breathe, stretch, gently stretch, as gentle as what's gentle for your body is different from somebody else. Like, like most people can do side stretches, but I can't do side stretches. Like I pulled out my neck at one point just by doing a side stretch, which is ridiculous, but whatever. So I know I can't do stretches this way. So that's why I always say for your body, what's gentle for your body. But anyway, this is a stretch I can do. So anyway, that's good karma windows. Again, imagine them and lift out the junk that's stuck around them and just melt it away. Lift out the junk, melt it away. And again, like I said, this helps sleep and focus when you're awake. Sleep when you're sleeping, and focus when you're trying to, study or whatever, do your work. So lift out any blocks that are messing with your sleep or your focus that are around your good karma windows. Lift that out. And you say, angels, if there are any invasive beings hooked into this junk, can you recycle them? And then melt away the people, melt away everything, just melt it all away. And you can make a special grounding just for the base of skull area with red earth energy. Just straight up from the core of the earth all the way up to your base of skull area for your astral body head and your physical body head. You can make, I guess, if you want to know exactly, it's 2 red groundings, one for your astral body base of skull and one for your physical body base of skull. And comb through your base of skull area, comb outward, you know, so like you put your energy hand in your head and scoop out, and you'd want to gather up a healthy and gentle amount of just junk and debris, like invasive beings, invasive people, hard objects, energy blocks, whatever, right? So just put your hands through the base of skull area and outward through those auras, gather up a healthy and gentle amount of junk to clear. Say, angels, if there are any invasive beings connected to any of this junk, can you recycle them? Deep breath while your angels do that. And so then you just have a bunch of energy blocks and maybe some hard objects. So just use so much gold light, melt everybody out of them. So much gold light that they all melt. And again, put your fingers through the copy of your base of skull area and drag out all the junk that is healthy and gentle to get rid of in your base of skull area and also in the auras behind there. And just say, angels, can you recycle any invasive beings hooked into this junk? And then so much gold light. And melt everybody out, all the people, melt their cords. And I just keep melting this energy. You could, once everyone's out, just blow it all up. That's kind of fun. But if you're healing someone else, don't blow up their stuff. That's too bossy. Oh, right. Woohoo! All right, great job, great job. So that was good karma windows and base of skull points. We didn't actually think about the precise meridians, but we did a lot of getting rid of energy blocks without being so detail oriented. But I guess I will show the base Woohoo. All right, so that's 5 essentials are done now. All right. Are you kidding? Let me try that again. Can you hear me now? No, you still can't hear me. Huh. Ah, hear me now? No, you still can't hear me. Can you hear me now? Yeah, now you can hear me, right? Now you can. So let's see. ¿Me pueden escuchar? Dime si me puedes escuchar. Por favor, que me digas si me puedes escuchar. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear the Spanish? Yes, it may have been a YouTube problem. Wow. Yes, we can now. All right, so that means you, well, whatever. I'll listen later and figure out. Oh, YouTube. YouTube. What's a girl to do? All right. You know, we heard the Spanish. That's cute. Good. Si escuchamos. There we go. Very nice. I need to learn more languages. I know some Spanish and English. I know like this much Korean, but not enough to say anything really useful. Anyway, this is a pretty image, isn't it? Very pretty. I didn't take that photo. I bought it. Whoops. I bought that photo. Anyway, it's pretty. I thought I'd let you see the whole thing. Okay. What an exciting live stream. Ooh, somebody typed Japanese, I think. Or is that Chinese? That's man. I should know the difference. I guess Chinese does use some Japanese characters, so that's not a terrible error to be confused about. But anyway, maybe it's a different language. You can let me know what language that is. Okay. Cool. Chinese is older. Anyway, I'll think of that later. Okay, clear neck and base of skull area of astral body. Yeah, so clear, I should be specific. Yeah. We're clearing out devices and blocks. Okay. And beings, I guess, too. Beings connected to that stuff. Invasive beings. Okay. Blocks and beings. Alright. So we just we just finished the base of skull stuff. You know, base of skull points, that whole area unblocked, and then the good karma windows we did. But I just did want to do a little bit extra work just for your astral body back here, because different people have like weirdness here, like hard, lumpy objects from like a past life or something, and it just seems to be an area where it's like especially stubborn. So I think just focusing on it extra, just the astral body, this whole back area from like, say, the base of your shoulders all the way up to like the middle of your skull right there. So you just imagine your astral body head and neck and shoulders, I guess, and just behind it or in it. Just look for like chunky weirdness you're not chunky weirdness, you know, you're just flowing light, you know, and so not white though, you're like flowing energy, different colors, red or whatever, red and gold and all that good stuff. So just there could be like hard weird stuff there, and so just any hard weird stuff, surround it in gold light. And first you would say, angels, can you please recycle any invasive beings hooked into this stuff, which includes the far off stuff. You know, any far off sort of clever, crafty beings that might want to replace this device later, you know, definitely recycle those. So angels, can you recycle any invasive beings that are at all associated with these hard objects? Deep breath while your angels do that. And then so much gold light that you just loosen up those devices and lift them out and give them to your angels. Angels, here you go. So again, we're doing astral body, head, and neck, and just behind there. And just look for hard, chunky objects. They might be black, they might be white, they might be silver. They could be other colors, but most likely black, white, or silver. And just sense hardness, you know, with your intention, and surround it with gold light. And just say, angels, can you recycle any invasive beings at all interested in or connected to these hard objects? And then use so much gold light that you loosen them up and lift them out and give them to your angels. Angels, here you go. You could also use so much gold light that they fully melt. But if you're kind of like, well, I can't see them, so I don't know if they're fully gone, you may as well just remove them totally and give them to your angels. But if you can see them, then you could just, if you feel like it, just keep them in place and just melt them so that they're fully gone. That works too. So imagine any hard objects in that area of your astral body head, and then the auras just behind there, and just surround them in so much gold light. Angels, can you recycle any invasive beings hooked into this junk or at all invested in the existence of this junk? And then just have so much gold light, you loosen them up and lift them out. Give to your angels. Angels, here you go. And again, we're doing healthy and gentle amount. So, you know, it could be that you have to do this like 10 times, you know, to reach the healthy and gentle, to reach like, okay, I shouldn't do any more today kind of thing, you know. So just use your intuition. But so find more hard objects in the back of your astral body head area and neck. And just use so much gold light. Say, angels, can you recycle any invasive beings connected to or interested in these hard objects? And then use so much gold light that you loosen them out and give them to your angels. Angels, here you go. And be gentle, but you can do some, you know, massage. And sometimes you have invasive beings that kind of like they get popped out because, you know, maybe they were just in that area, they weren't connected to those devices, so you're able to recycle them. But you know, so notice, okay, have any invasive beings like started to move out of my space because of the work I just did, and go ahead and recycle them, because otherwise they're going to try to make trouble to get back in deeper like they were before. So just any invasive beings that are like moving out, just angels, can you recycle those? Any invasive beings that
moved out because of that work, angels, can you recycle those beings? Because again, you don't want, you know, like a whole bunch of drama of invasive beings trying to come back. And chances are, because we removed all that, you're going to feel your fifth chakra more, the back of it. So you can imagine the back of both of your fifth chakras. And just, so like you could have some blocks or some damage in the back of your fifth chakras or some cords that you didn't feel it before because you weren't as present. But now that you're present, you're like, oh, that feels kind of weird there. It's probably not things that just came. They were probably there before, but now you feel them consciously. So imagine the back of both your fifth chakras. So like, you know, front of your fifth chakra round opening, back of your fifth chakra round opening, right? So just imagine the back of both of them. Use gold light, repair that outer rim. You know, it should be like the rim of a coffee cup that doesn't have any chips in it. That if there are chips or cracks, just use so much gold light. Say, angels, can you recycle any invasive beings blocking the repair? And use so much gold light that you repair the back of your fifth chakra, both fifth chakras, astral and physical. And the surface, the back surface of it, should be flowing like water, like the surface of water. So if it's hard, or if a gash is in it, or stuff sticking out of it, like hard objects, just remove the hard objects. Angels, here you go. And then, you know, if there's any hardness, just use so much gold light that it melts. And again, are there any invasive beings like sort of moving out, or they've just left? So angels, can you recycle all those invasive beings? Oh, right. Good job, good job. So that was also repairing the back of your fifth chakras. All right. Good job. So, and again, just like the other stuff, that just like the good karma window work that we did, and basic skull point work that we did, that can help quality of sleep and also focus. All right. Okay, so I explained this already, however, maybe you didn't hear it because I was having sound issues. Who knows? Cardium meridian and heart meridian, HT, and those are 2 of your 12 regular meridians of your physical body in traditional Chinese medicine, and they just so happen to help with like all the things that we usually love to work with energy healing, like emotional stability, state of mind, mood, quality of sleep. It just seems like wild, the commonality of like favorite energy healing topics and these 2 meridians. So they're good. So first we'll do some meridian healing, just more so you get a sense of them. And you know, direct healing does help, but then we'll heal the Wei Qi auras, the 2 Wei Qi auras, one for each of these, the pericardium meridian Wei Qi aura, and then the heart meridian Wei Qi aura. And that's where the crappy gifts are going to be, mostly right in the front somewhere. Crappy gifts meaning just junk that people handed you that you didn't want or need, that was possibly insulting, or possibly they meant well, but it's their energy, so it's totally blocking you up anyway, even if they meant well. So, there's that. So let's do it. So I will do it in the order that my acupuncturist told me a while ago. She told me that in acupuncture, what they do is they work on the heart meridian first, and then they work on the pericardium meridian, because the pericardium meridian protects the heart meridian. So they feel like working on that one second, the protector one, kind of seals it up, and so you're less vulnerable. I don't think that's so important with energy healing. I think if you work both and do your best on both, you're good to go. But whatever. So just maybe out of deference to acupuncture and Chinese medicine, we'll do it the way they would do it if they were needling, which is first do the heart meridian and then the pericardium meridian. What I will say though is, since the pericardium meridian protects the heart, don't just do the heart one, do both. Or just do the pericardium meridian. You know, like, don't just do the heart meridian, because it may, you know, make you overly sensitive to stuff. Who knows? Let's just do it. But just have the intention you want to do what's healthy and gentle to do at one time. So the heart meridian, I'm just going to play it on repeat while we heal it. So I'm going to make sure it is on repeat. Yeah. Okay, so it's on repeat. So it starts in the armpit, continues down the arm, the inner elbow, and ends in the pinky, like it's showing right there in the video, right? So just imagine that whole route. You know, make a copy of you out in front of you, and imagine how it starts in the armpit, and it goes in the inner elbow, and then it goes down to the pinkies, right? And just use lots of gold light. And red is actually an ideal color for all, as I've said, all the meridians. So just gold light. You could bring up red earth energy from the core of the earth and soak these two meridians in red earth energy, but then gold light. And you want to repair and unblock. And so that'll give you a direct sense of the meridian itself, and we did some direct healing on it just then. So, but then I like to go from that awareness that you have of, you know, how it starts in the armpit and then it ends in the pinky, right? So I like to sort of think of that, you know, the pinky and the armpit and the route, you know, and then just sort of intuitively feel the aura that goes with it. You know, that Wei Qi aura, the heart Wei Qi aura. And again, that's not strictly traditional Chinese medicine that it has a Wei Qi aura, but my acupuncturist said, oh yeah, that makes sense. But the angels explained that part to me. So that the heart, all these meridians have their own Wei Qi aura. So it's like a big gold bubble all around you, but it could be all ripped up and like scooped out, which is bad. So just imagine your heart meridian Wei Qi aura, you know, all around you, right? Above you, beneath you, behind you, everything, right? But especially here in front, this whole front area, but all around, you know, is it scooped out? Is it beat up? And just give it extra repair and unblocking. Lots of gold light. If it's scooped out, just use so much gold light on the scooped out damaged part. And you can say, angels, if there are any invasive beings in the way of this repair, can you recycle them? And if you've been feeling overly irritable, overly vulnerable, overly overwhelmed, or have a lot of sleep problems, you can pretty much assume that there's damage here and just keep repairing it. Lots of gold light. So not only do you want these auras whole, fully whole, you know, repaired, like not scooped out like valleys, but just a big flowy bubble all around, but you want it to be full of as much gold light as possible. So you can imagine those gold mesh spheres in this heart meridian Wei Qi aura. There's an innermost one, middle one, and outermost one, right, wrapping all around. And you want those gold mesh spheres to be all continual all around you. So you don't want like a big gap where there's no gold mesh sphere. You know, just make sure that the gold mesh spheres go all around so that and they're cleaned off, so they do a good job of generating as much gold light as possible, because you really want a very strong Wei Qi aura to nurture and protect your heart meridian. And again, this might be fine at like 10 a.m. when you're meditating, but maybe not at like 10 p.m. before you go to bed. Maybe it got ripped up during the day. So, you know, you don't have to take forever to do it, but it's nice to check. You know, you can just imagine, I mean, if it blows your mind to do one specific to a certain meridian, just repair all your auras. But you can have with your intention, especially the ones that are going to give you better sleep, I want to repair. Right? Okay, so now we get to the part, now we'll do the pericardium meridian. Okay, so now, so the pericardium meridian is the protector of the heart meridian, but they're both yin meridians. So this is the pericardium meridian, right? And so it's that hot pink line in the diagram, right? So it starts above the nipple and does a little up thing around the front of the shoulder and down the inner elbow and to the middle finger, which is kind of funny. My inner child really enjoys that. So you can just imagine, you know, from here out to here, right? From here out to here. Right, and just kind of feel that. And do direct healing with gold light on the meridian itself. Red is a good color for the meridian to be, so if you see it all black and crusty, that's a problem. So use so much gold light and melt everything out that's not used so you can repair and get it back to its nice red flowy state. And it could be red and flowy in one spot, but then you trace it down, you're like, whoa, it's all blackened right there. So just wherever you sense that it's not red and flowy, just use extra gold light. And if you're like, well, Janet, I don't sense anything, then just use gold light everywhere. All along the route. And again, this meridian is the protector of the other one, so you definitely want it to feel very strong, lots of good flow. So the first point is always pretty important in a meridian. So you can unblock that especially, the first chakra of the meridian, PC1. Right, you want all the points, and I have said before in other healings, not today though, PC6 is right about, you look at the crease of the wrists and you put 3 fingers together like that, and then it's below that, not immediately below, but pretty soon below that. Like if you were to put a 4th finger right there, it would be under the 4th finger. So it's right there in between those 2 tendons. That's PC6. And PC6, you know, it ends up in the middle finger, but that's an acupuncture point, PC6, the 6th acupuncture point along that pericardium meridian, and it helps reduce nausea. So you might want to especially unblock that one if you have problems with nausea, either because of pregnancy or because of car sickness or some other reason. Maybe chemotherapy or something. So lots of gold light. And your intention is you want to heal, repair, unblock to the point that's healthy and gentle for you. Alright, so that's direct healing, right? And then the pericardium meridian Wei Qi aura is, the aura that helps. It ends, again, the pericardium meridian starts, I don't know, right about there maybe, and then it goes up and down to the middle finger, right? And so imagine the aura that goes with that. It goes all around you, but it's the one that nurtures this pericardium meridian. So just imagine, is that all scooped out in front? Is it nice and whole and flowing? So if any part of it is scooped out, just use so much gold fire, gold water, gold light, gold soap that you're repairing, and it grows back. So you have a nice full pericardium meridian Wei Qi aura. And again, if you feel like overly vulnerable, if you feel like things really irritate you, they get under your skin, like it's hard for you to handle situations, you get overwhelmed, you could pretty much assume that you have damage here. If you can't tell, your abilities aren't good enough to tell, you can just assume, yeah, it's probably damaged. So just keep using lots of gold light. And see, you can say, angels, can you recycle any invasive beings in the way of this repair? And again, we're repairing the pericardium meridian Wei Qi aura. So it's the aura that's supposed to nurture and protect, nourish and protect this meridian. And again, these two meridians, heart and pericardium meridian, help with emotional stability, mood, state of mind, sleep, emotions. All right, so now we've done the basic repair. We've done direct healing on both those meridians, and we've done the repair of the Wei Qi auras for those meridians. So now we will do my favorite part. And first we'll do it for the heart meridian. So first we will do So first we will clear crappy gifts for the heart meridian. So you just imagine one at a time, get a sense of this heart meridian Wei Qi aura. They're probably going to be in front right here. So your heart meridian, it ends in your pinky, right? It starts in your underarm, right? So just get a sense of that meridian. It's going from the underarm to the inner elbow to the pinky, right? So get a sense of that. You get a sense of the aura that's just for that heart meridian. It's all around you. But the crappy gifts, a lot of them are right here in front of that aura. So just imagine one at a time. But, imagine a crappy gift from somebody, and it could look like a gift wrap gift, like a big box that's white, maybe. And you can kind of have fun with it and think of who it's from and what does it say, but you don't have to. So just find a gift, a crappy gift from somebody, and just say, angels, can you recycle any invasive beings associated with this gift at all? And then, as you intuit who it's from, which is optional but fun, As you intuit who it's from, you can melt cords from everybody, but mostly, it'll be from that person in particular too. So melt cords, and then you can just keep using gold light to melt the box entirely, melt the gift, the crappy gift. Examples of crappy gifts that just got melted. Somebody had one from a sister-in-law that they just melted that was pretty insulting. Someone had one from a former friend that they just melted that again was, pretty insulting. Somebody had one from a relative that was kind of like showing the pain that they were in. Like, oh, I have such heartbreak, and they gave them a copy of it, and chunk, it's stuck in their heart meridian Weichi aura. So, some people have good intentions, but it still weighs you down, and it's better to clear it out. So again, one more time, just sense, a gift, a crappy gift in your heart meridian Weichi aura, right? Maybe just, if it helps, sense the heart meridian, pinky, armpit to pinky, right? And that Weichi aura. And just imagine a gift. What's the shape of it? It could be like a tube, it could be like a box, all sorts of shapes. And if you want, have fun with it. Definitely ask the angels to recycle any invasive beings associated with it. And then, you can just use your intuition and be like, who's this from? Is it from a past life? Is it from this life? Is it from a male or a female? Who is it from? What does it say? But that's optional. You can also just melt it fully with gold light. If it's not melting, you could just wrap it up in so much gold light to loosen it up and give it to your angels. Angels, can you help me with this? Okay, so again, heart meridian, Weichi aura in front. Find another crappy gift from somebody and use so much gold light, surround it. Just the angels, can you recycle any invasive beings connected to this or invested in this thing staying here? And then use so much gold light, melt cords from people. And you can melt the gift fully, or you can give it to your angels. Deep breath, and notice, breathe in. Does it feel any different once you've melted away some crappy gifts? And you can just comb through this Weichi aura in front and back, above your head, below your feet. See how that feels, okay? So that was clearing crappy gifts from your heart meridian, Weichi aura. So now we will do the same thing, but for your pericardium meridian. So we will clear crappy gifts from this meridian. Where do I put this? Good enough. All right, so imagine this meridian, okay, from right around here to your middle finger, right? So boom, boom, boom. Get a sense of it. Get a sense of that meridian. Get a sense of that Weichi aura is all around you, right? Imagine a crappy gift, one at a time, from somebody. It doesn't matter who, just it's something that would really help you. It's healthy and gentle to get rid of. It would really help you to get rid of it, right? And just imagine the crappy gift in front of your pericardium meridian Weichi aura, in the front of it, and just surround it in so much cold light. Say, angels, can you recycle any invasive beings at all, invested in this thing staying here, at all hooked into it, and recycle them, please. And then you just keep running gold light through it. Melt cords from people. Just use so much gold light so the crappy gift melts away. Deep breath. How does that feel? How do you feel? And so then one more time, imagine your pericardium meridian. So it starts, above your nipple, and it hooks around the front of your shoulder, goes down to your middle finger, right? So just imagine the whole route. Imagine the Wei-Chi aura that goes with it, the pericardium meridian Wei-Chi aura, and imagine a crappy gift that has been stuck in the front of your pericardium meridian Wei-Chi aura. And just imagine the shape of it, find it. Just the angels can recycle any invasive beings hooked into or involved with this thing. And then just use so much gold light that you melt away cords from people going into it. And then you can keep using so much gold light that you melt the gift completely. Or if you feel like it's not melting, just wrap it up in a lot of gold light and hand it to your angels. Angels, here you go. Lots of gold light. Okay, so then that's pretty much it, but I do want to do one last thing that is linked to that. So hopefully I'll keep it in the same chapter. So we're going to clear STEBs as part of this process. So I would suggest you do it, in the same exercise. Don't skip this. So STEB stands for stubborn triggered energy block. So it's just stuff that's triggered that, ideally would have cleared just automatically or whatever, but it's not clearing, and you got to focus on it to get it to clear, and then it clears, which is good. So it's just leftover stuff. And heart meridian and pericardium meridian, they help you with your mind, your mood, your emotions, your sleep, so many things that as we were working it, and as we were clearing these crappy gifts, there could have been a lot of stuff triggered. Then maybe some of it's still triggered. So let's clear it, right? So just stack out in front of you copies of all the energy blocks that are still triggered right now for any reason, but especially, from the work you just did, right? But anything that's triggered and bugging you on any level, right? Just make a giant pile and say, angels, is it healthy and gentle to clear all this right now? Deep breath while your angels just double check your pile. And then angels, can you recycle any invasive beings that are hooked into this stuff? And then you can use lots of gold light. You can bring up red earth energy, soak it in red earth energy. Use so much gold light. Melt cords from people going into these blocks. And then melt all the blocks. And one more time, a little faster, just any leftover blocks you still have that are triggered, just pile copies of those out in front of you. So it's a big pile. Say, angels, is it healthy and gentle to clear all this right now? Deep breath. Angels, can you recycle any invasive beings at all hooked into or invested in this junk? And then just melt cords from people. Use lots of gold light. And you could blow up the pile too. That's fun. Sometimes if you're working on yourself, melt it all away. If there's any leftovers, just wrap it in gold light, give them to your angels. Angels, can you help me with all that? Oh, right, so how does that feel? Let's do some butterflies to celebrate a little bit. So that was amazing work that you did. Good job. You worked 2 meridians and their Wei-Chi auras to get rid of crappy gifts, energy from others that was stuck in there, from this life or past lives. And you can do this again whenever you want. just, you know, healthy and gentle amount each time. And, you know, the pericardium meridian is the protector of the heart meridian, so definitely don't skimp on working that one. So you have a nice strong protective force with your pericardium meridian and that Wei Qi aura. Okay, great job. Woo! All right. Okie dokie. Okay, let's do it. So we're just going to jump in and do it. It's 2 different kinds of clearing, but very cool to do, perhaps interesting to do them back to back like this. So for the past, we want to clear really any past baggage. That would be cool to clear right now, healthy and gentle, but especially recurring event baggage. Baggage that triggers over and over and over. It may give you even recurring nightmares about a certain topic. Perhaps, you know, you're running from somebody and all these recurring nightmares, or you're late for class, you know, and all these recurring nightmares, you know, whatever. So, but it can be waking stuff too, you know, like that your birthdays always suck, or you always feel foreboding around, you know, Christmas or whatever holiday you celebrate or people around you celebrate, but you don't. So we're going to clear the baggage so that each time that comes around, it doesn't just smack you in the face all over again, right? It's much easier to get it out of the way. So we will do it the easy way with, I mean, you could do timeline healing and get all technical and be like, oh, it's from when I was 8. How fascinating, you know, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, sometimes you're just sort of mental masturbating, kind of, you know, like you're just getting lost in the complexity of it, and you're clearing a lot less than you would if you just kept it simple and direct and straightforward. So we'll do simple, direct, and straightforward. So let's freaking do it. Okay. So we're clearing recurring event baggage, stuff that triggers repeatedly when an event happens or situation happens for you. Just make a big old blanket out in front of you, and you just clear all your recurring event baggage that's healthy and gentle to clear right now. So it could be baggage around holidays, baggage around birthdays, baggage around, you know, funerals, baggage around whatever, baggage around you know, recurring nightmares that you have, baggage around, you know, starting your work week, whatever, right? So all your recurring event baggage that's healthy and gentle to clear, just put it out in front of you. Say, angels, is it healthy and gentle to clear all this right now? So that way they'll let you know. They'll sort through it for you and remove stuff that's too much for right now. Deep breath. And say another one. Angels, can you please recycle any invasive beings that are hooked into this junk or invested in it at all? Deep breath while your angels do that for you. So then now you just have a ton of baggage and maybe cords from people going into it, right? So just use gold light and melt away the cords from you, the cords from other people going into your giant pile of baggage. And you can bring up red earth energy, soak the pile, bring up red earth energy straight from the core of the earth, soak the pile. Lots of gold light. Lots of gold light. Alright. And melt all this baggage. So we're going to do that again, but let's do energy healing flowers really quickly, or presents if you don't like flowers. Just out of universal healing energy, make a whole bunch of energy healing presents for yourself. They could be gold or any rainbow colors, all of the above, and just make these presents for yourself to nourish you so that you can even better, be present and well during these recurring events, right? So here's your healing presents. Say, angels, can you check my healing presents? These are healing presents to help you be healthy during recurring events. And then give them to yourself. One more time, healing presents for yourself regarding recurring events. Angels, can you check my presents? Give them to yourself. Right? Okay, so now one more time we will clear recurring event baggage. Big gold blanket out in front of you. Pile onto it copies of any junk that keeps triggering every birthday, every holiday, every whatever, every work week, every, time you have to put your kids to bed, whatever. Recurring event baggage, right? Put it all out in front of you. Say, angels, can you recycle, angels, is it healthy and gentle to clear all this right now? Deep breath while your angels edit the piles. And then angels, can you recycle any invasive beings that are hooked into this junk or at all associated with this baggage? So recycle, angels, can you recycle the invasive beings, basically? And then now you can just melt cords from people and from yourself. Bring up red earth energy, soak the pile in red earth energy, lots of gold light, and you can melt the pile fully, or now that everybody's out of it, you could blow it up if you're healing yourself. And if there's any leftover, just wrap it up in gold light and give it to your angels. Angels, here you go. So that was recurring event baggage, right? We cleared it twice and we did healing energy flowers, energy presents for you, for yourself, in between the two rounds. So now we will do proactive clearing. Let's see if I can maybe make some down arrows. That would be kind of cute. So now we're doing the proactive clearing part, right? So now we're looking ahead to the future. We're staying here, staying in and around your body, but even if you're doing this later, 10 years from now, there's the next year, the next 6 months, whichever you intuitively want to clear, you can proactively clear a healthy and gentle amount of energy blocks that relate to, whatever is likely to happen to you in the next 6 months or the next year, right? So for us, if you're watching live or soon after, 2026 is about to happen, so you can clear for 2026 a healthy and gentle amount. So just you make a big gold blanket out in front of you, pile onto it any of your inner baggage that is likely to trigger and get in your way in 2026. And then definitely ask your angels to check the pile. Angels, can you double check and make sure this isn't too much to clear at one time? Right? And then just your angels checked it, and then just say, angels, can you recycle any invasive beings hooked into this junk? Right? So then now it's just a bunch of baggage, probably with people cording it. And this is your baggage that is likely to trigger in our case in 2026. But if you're doing a different time period, that's fine. just melt cords from people, melt cords from yourself, going into the baggage, bring up red earth energy, soak the piles, lots of gold light. You can melt it fully with gold light. Or you can, once you got everybody out of the piles, you can blow them up. And if you have any leftovers, wrap it up in gold light. Give it to your angels. Angels, can you help me with this? All right, good job, good job. Do you want to do proactive energy healing flowers for 2026? So you can make energy healing flowers for yourself, or presents, energy presents for yourself out of universal healing energy, gold light, and or any rainbow colors. Just tune them to just the vibration that you need to nourish and support yourself in 2026 or whatever time period you're working in the future. And so angels, can you check my flowers or my presents? And then give them to yourself. You can even say to yourself, you know, like affirmations, like, you know, I will let my angels help guide and protect me in 2026 or in whatever time period you're working. You know, I'm going to let my angels help and guide me and protect me. You know, you could say something like, if you want, you know, I'm ready for 2026. I'm ready for 2026. One expression I like is, I was born ready. I was born ready for 2026, baby. Confidence, right? And if you're not confident, that fake it till you make it stuff is actually real. So, you know, if you have that affirmation, you know, I am confident that I'm ready for 2026, you know, or I'm confident that I'm ready for this exam. You know, and just kind of feel it. Confidence is 7th chakra, just kind of feel it. Just kind of, I'm confident, you know, that I'm ready. All right, good job. Woohoo! So that was a little bit extra stuck in about affirmations and also about confidence and fake it to make it, that concept. Alrighty, good job, good job, good job. Let's get a different background, shall we? Kittens. We actually have a kitten right there, right? There he is. His name is Felix. Hopefully he doesn't hear me saying his name. I don't want him to wake up. Here are some other kittens. Super cute. Okay, so what should we do next? Let's see. Okay, so we'll do this in 2 chapters. So this one is strictly for the theme of, you know, what we're working on this month, confidence, intuition, and inner silence. And so let's do that. Okay, so first we'll just do a quick grounding. So redo your groundings. Make them both big and wide as all your auras, wide all the way down to the core of the earth. Make both your groundings the same color, either red or orange or yellow. Whichever of those colors you feel like helps you release the most right now. Dancing optional. Chair dancing optional. You can make your, I'm really bad at that. You can make your, you can make your grounding go up high as your 3rd chakra, which is below your sternum. So make your groundings go up that high. Okay. And then you can comb through a copy of your groundings out in front of you. And then you can, so now we're doing, so that was really just grounding. So now, we'll do the inner child part. So imagine, stay here, remind yourself how old you are, what year it is, right? And so, but in front of you, maybe way in front of you, if you don't want to feel these parts of you, but I don't mind feeling them personally, but just imagine mini versions of you that are stuck in different younger states. So it could be, you know, like I'm 55, so I was doing inner child healing this morning, and one of my inner child parts was actually 21, which is obviously an adult, but, you know, it doesn't have to be strictly, you know, 18 and under, you know. Just any, you know, much younger parts of you that need healing, that are stuck in the past, especially ones that are in the way of your confidence, intuition, or inner silence, or inner peace, inner serenity, that kind of idea. So just imagine those parts of you out in front of you, a healthy and gentle amount of them. So it could be just one part of you, if that's what you feel like. It could be like 6 of them, or 7 of them, or 8 of them, 8 different little mini yous, basically. And you can just say hi to them, be very supportive and kind, be like, hey, it's okay. I'm just going to give you a simple healing. You deserve a healing. It's all right. You didn't do anything wrong. Everything's all right. Yeah. And just use gold light from your hands. You can say, angels, can you help me heal these parts of me? Use lots of gold light. And just be comforting with these parts of you. Some of these parts of you might respond quickly to the healing. Some of these parts of you might not respond very quickly and might, you know, still be sad or angry or you know, silent. That's okay, right? Just use lots of gold light. You can bring up red earth energy from the core of the earth and soak these parts of you in a nice, gentle red earth energy. And then bring that down and bring up orange earth energy from the core of the earth, whatever favorite shade of orange you think you might like. And soak these little inner child parts of you in orange earth energy, bring that down. Bring up yellow earth energy, soak these parts of you in yellow earth energy. Lots of gold light, just be nice and comforting. And as you heal these parts of you, when they get fully healed, then they just kind of dissolve and you get the energy back here in the present. And so there's not like a separate wounded part of you anymore, right? So there'll be fewer and fewer parts of you out here separate wounded, right? So just keep healing the parts of you that you still see. Gold light from your hands. And you can say, you know, angels, can you help me heal these parts of me? And while your angels do that, just deep breathe. Take a few deep breaths. And you can make energy healing presence if you have still some parts of you that are separate. and need more healing, you can make some energy healing presents for these parts of you. I like moving my hands when I do it, but you don't have to use your hands. But just imagine, energy presents that are healing energy, and tune these presents at just the right vibration to comfort and support these parts of you. Say, angels, can you check these presents? And then put them at a respectful distance in front of these wounded parts of you. And say, it's okay, the angels check these gifts. They're here if you want them, no pressure. And just see if these parts of you take the gifts, if they like them. And again, just say, angels, can you finish helping me heal these parts of me? And so probably all of them are now dissolved. You have the energy back. They're not separate anymore. But if there is one or two left, just wrap them in lots of gold light and hand them to your angels. Say, angels, can you heal these parts of me? All right, good job. So we're going to do one more set of these, but we'll do some butterflies right now to celebrate. What a good job you did. Good job, good job, good job. So now we're going to help So now we're going to heal inner child parts of you that if you were to heal them, it would help you feel more self-love and motivation, which is technically, if we're getting technical about it, there's a chakra right here, your 4th chakra. That helps with motivation and self-love. But we don't have to think about chakras with this. We just imagine, think of your grounding first, right? Big grounding connection to the core of the earth. Think of it's okay to release energy, anything that upsets you, any energy that's not yours, just let it go all the way down to the core of the earth. Like you're like a big tree with big roots all the way down to the core of the earth. But the grounding is more like a giant waterfall. Just bring it all down, let go. It's okay to let go, right? Deep breath. Okay, but now you can imagine, how old you are now, what year it is, how old you are now, right? So you stay present, but you imagine out in front of you little mini versions of you that are stuck in the past. It could be stuck in a past life or stuck in earlier times in this life. And however these are stuck, these parts of you are stuck, if you heal them, and they're not stuck anymore, then it'll help you have more self-love and motivation, right? So you just, with your intention, you put the parts of you out in front of you, the inner child parts that need healing, so that you can feel more self-love and motivation, right? So you imagine those parts of you and you say, hi, just be nice and supportive. It's okay. There's just some gentle healing for you. And just use lots of gold light and wash, kind of shower, bathe these parts of you in gold light. And you can bring up red earth energy from the core of the earth to soak these parts of you into nice, gentle red earth energy. And then orange earth energy from the core of the earth, soak these parts of you in that. And then yellow earth energy from the core of the earth, bring that up and soak these parts of you in yellow earth energy. And you can make presents for these parts of you. Maybe some of them are already fully healed and dissolved and you get back your energy, which is great. But if you do have more inner child parts of you that you can heal to help you with self-love and motivation, that's fine. Just imagine those parts of you still out in front of you, and now we can make energy healing presents for these parts of you, right? So you just imagine making a whole bunch of energy healing presents to help heal and nourish and support these wounded inner child parts of you. So tune the presents and then say, angels, can you check my presents? So angels will edit and tune the presents too. And then you can put them out in front at a respectful distance in front of these inner child parts of you and say, it's okay, these are gifts for you, but it's optional. If you don't want them, that's okay too. The angels checked them. And then see if these parts of you take their presents. If they don't, it's okay. Don't be offended. And then you can just finish healing these parts of you. And you can also say, as you're finishing up healing these parts of you, angels, can you help me finish healing these parts of me? So as these parts of you get healed, they dissolve and they're not separate anymore, stuck in the past, and so you get your energy back. So deep breath. And we can make some energy healing presents just for you in the present to help you with all of what we just worked on. So just make energy healing presents out of universal healing energy, gold light and or rainbow colors, and tune them to just the right vibration for yourself with your intention. Say, angels, can you check my presence? And give them to yourself. Breathe in. Again, make energy healing presents for yourself to help you with self-love and motivation, and if you want, also with confidence, intuition, and inner silence, inner serenity. And just tune those presents to help you with all that. Say, angels, can you check my presence? And give them to yourself. All right, so good job, good job, good job. Let's celebrate with some confetti, hopefully. Oh, my confetti isn't working. There we go, some confetti, woo! All right, what a great job, you're amazing. Let's finish up with some butterflies. There you go, good job, good job, good job. Woohoo, yay! All right. Alrighty, let's see. Okay, so we'll just wrap up the healing part of the live stream with a couple minutes more of work. So redo your groundings. Just make them big and wide all the way down to the core of the earth. Make them both red or both orange or both yellow, whichever helps you release the most right now. Bring your groundings up high as your third chakra, which is right below your sternum. It's your third chakra, so bring them up that high. Comb through a copy of your groundings. You make a copy out in front of you of your groundings. And you use gold light from your hands, right? So you set your hand and your fingertip chakras to gold. And then you use gold light to wash out all the blocks and traffic jams in your grounding. Just wash them all out, melt them away. So you have a really strong downward flow behind you, both to your sides, to your front, and directly below you, all the way down to the core of the earth. Just melt away all the blocks. Sometimes if you have a project that you've been really having trouble, starting or continuing, you just have some blocks in your grounding. It can be as simple as that. So just melt away any blocks in your grounding that contribute to your sleep issues, that contribute to your procrastination, that contribute to your focus problems, that maybe contribute to you getting tired when you want to do something. Just unblock your grounding. All right. So STEBs, we already did that once. We'll do it again quickly. So make a big gold blanket out in front of you, pile onto it copies of any stubborn triggered energy blocks, which is what STEBs stands for. So any energy blocks that are triggered on any level, still bugging you, just heap them onto the blanket and then just use so much gold light, melt everybody out of them. Say, angels, if there's any invasive energies hooked into this stuff, can you recycle the invasive energy? And just use so much gold light, melt everybody out of the blocks and melt the blocks. Or you can blow up the blocks too now that everybody's out of them. Alright. Chakra alignment talks about is for your major chakras. So 7 astral body chakras along your astral body spine, you as a spirit, and 7 physical body chakras, the big 7. You have 2 sets of big 7 along your spine. So you want them aligned, you want them to kind of work together well. And so if one's going this way, one's going that way, one's going this way, they're not really talking to each other properly, right? So you just want them all to be aligned, lined up nicely, oriented nicely. So the 7 chakras are this way, and then 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 are this way, right? But you don't want, maybe your 5th is knocked out of whack and your 2nd is knocked out of whack. So you don't want that. So you want, just use a nice big, imagine a copy of yourself out in front of you. Use a giant band of gold light and just use so much gold light that the chakras kind of click back into place. So you don't have to see it. Just imagine that the chakras are clicking back into alignment, and unblocking the chakras with the same gold light is good too. And melting cords from people. You can say, angels, if there's any invasive energies that are messing with my chakras, can you please recycle them? And just nice big band of gold light that you're, flowing gold light that you're washing out all your major chakras with, so that they all just click into alignment with each other and work together nicely. All right, so as we wrap up, just say, angels, can you please help me to wrap up this healing? Angels, can you please help me to make the most of my day or my evening, my morning, whatever's next for you? Angels, can you please help me with my confidence, my intuition, and my inner peace? And if you have some other issue that's really important for you, you can ask your angels for help with that. Angels, can you please help me with whatever it is? And keep in mind that your angels are always trying to help you. So a lot of times it's kind of like you're somehow blocked to receiving the help if there is some issue. So you can just remind yourself, I'm going to let my angels help me with this issue, right? Or you can imagine the problem or the project, wrap it up in gold light and hand it to your angels. Say, angels, I'm totally letting you help me with this. But make sure you say angels, right? Because if you say angels, then your angels hear you, and you're definitely working with your angels and not some, fake imposter being or something. You want to work with your angels. So you just say, angels, can you give me a clean out? Angels, can you help me finish the healing? Angels, can you help me with this project? Angels, can you help me have good sleep tonight? That kind of thing. All right, well, that's good. Great job. Let's celebrate with some confetti, hopefully. Woohoo, that's a healing. Yay, good job, good job, good job. All right. Okay, so the live stream has been pretty giant so far, mostly because I was explaining a lot at the start, but then there were sound issues, and that took a while to figure out, unfortunately. So I don't want to make the chat afterwards super long. If you have a question that I can't get to, you can just post it under the video later, and eventually I'll get to it and post my reply under your video comment. But first, let's just take a break and use the restroom if needed, and then I'll turn the camera back on, and I'm going to do just a minute or two of stretching, because, after you've been sitting for a while, it's really healthy to do some stretching, but do the stretching that is gentle for your body if you do stretching. And I'm not a teacher of stretching, so do your own stretching. I just keep the camera on to maybe inspire people. Okay. But then after that, we will do a little chit chat about maybe the theme, how the healing was for you. You could post that if you want. You know, if you have any comments about how you feel after the healing, or you have a follow-up question about the theme or something. Okay, so I will get rid of the camera while I'm on the bathroom break so that you can look at the kittens better and not my empty chair. Let's see where, oh, here we go. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, hi guys. I'm back. So I'm just going to do stretching for a minute and then we will do a brief chit chat. And yes, you can hear background sounds now because I'm not using the mic. But I think I am going to try the mic again, although I'm a little paranoid that that's going to wreck everything. So can you hear me at all? Is this better or worse? Like, can you hear me? What's a good test? Can you hear me typing? Sounds the same. So, alright, if it sounds the same, then can you hear you fine? I'm gonna keep talking even if it's nonsense, like La Suegra. It seems you can hear the typing. Okay, so it's not, yeah, so I'm not gonna screw with it. It's too complicated. Screw it. I don't have time for drama today. So forget it. We're just going to use the sound that we had been using. Good enough for now. So we'll just do a moment of stretching and then we'll do the chit chat. Okay. So do your own stretching if you want. Don't copy me. Well, you could, I guess, if it's gentle for you, but you don't have to. So here's the real kitten. So here's Felix. Yay, Felix. Oh, it's just getting jealous. Yeah. You're gonna go back to sleep? You're gonna go back to sleep? Alright. I love you too, Izzy. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I love you. I know. I love you very much. Okay, we'll do some Izzy cam for a second. Here's Izzy. There we go. What a good boy. Oops! It's upside down. How is it upside down? Man, this camera is so annoying. Wait, he's over there. There he is. Hey, Izzy. Izzy, here. There he is. Oh. Ah. How annoying. Okay, let's do this. So that was actually I showed Felix, my husband's kitten, and Izzy, our dog. Felix is my kitten too, but you know, we got him because my husband had to have cats. Again, more cats. Again. Let's see. Okay. All right. So I'm assuming you can still hear me. And let's see, what comments did I miss? All the sound dramas. Oh. I'm gonna have to test that later. If you can imagine, it's just, anyway, I won't go into why that happened, but I'll have to do some test live streams later for all that. So that I don't keep going through drama during my healing live streams. Let's see. I'm sorting through the sound comments. I don't want to keep reading the sound comments, although I do appreciate everybody, the comments that you did make at the time. Somebody says, hi from Charleston, South Carolina. Hello to you. 65. Isn't that nice? In the evening. Listening from Chicago. Sounds good. No. Sound is good. No. In the start of the pre-healing chat. Oh, pre-healing. That's ancient history. Okay. So glad for this healing as I'm in Wisconsin with my mom and brother and husband. A little snow on the ground. 40 Fahrenheit. Well, I guess that snow is going to melt pretty soon at that temperature. More sound comments, blah, 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 blah. Stuff about the Spanish, mejor sola que mal acompañada, which means you're better off by yourself than with the wrong person. Is there a separate video for the healing? No, it's all one epic live stream that will later have chapters, so you could skip right to the healing if you choose to, and skip around to a certain section that you like. And there will be, in the comment section, there will be an outline of the healing, so you can kind of see at a glance the different things that were done. And then if you like one section in particular, you feel like jumping right to it, you know, you can use all the video chapters to jump to whatever section you like. Hello from Lake Worth, Florida. Silly, wait, I think I may have missed some before that. No, that's just my stuff. Okay. Silly question, sorry about that. Do angels really need wings, or is that just a made up human thing? You know, it is funny. They do have them, but I think that it's not really, maybe it's just how they show themselves to us, because it's not really like necessary. I mean, you know, because on a spirit level you go from one location to another. You know, it's not like a physical airplane kind of idea, you know, you just teleport on a spirit level. So I guess they don't really need wings. So maybe they just show themselves to us that way, so they know, so we know, like, oh yeah, that's an angel. You know, I do know that we have wings that are manifestation wings that generate a ton of gold light that look actually a lot like sort of the standard giant archangel gold wings when they're fully repaired and functioning optimally. So that's kind of interesting, because those are very useful. They generate a lot of gold light. your manifestation wings that everyone has. One time someone told me, you know, I have wings, but nobody else does. I don't think I wanted to break it to them, you know, because they were like very, sometimes people get very like narcissistic and they use spirituality to sort of, you know, prove how superior they are, you know, so they were kind of in that headspace where they're like, yeah, but I have wings, you know. So I didn't go there and tell them that everybody does. It's just a lot of people, the wings get so beat up that they're all like tiny and you can't notice them. But everybody does have those wings. If you just repair them properly, then they get really big and gold and they're cool. But yeah, so I guess angels have them. They don't really need them though. So, hope that makes sense. Someone says hello from lovely Phoenix. Thank you for healing my adult kids. Who's the little chap on the orange blanket? So the little chap who is now not on the orange blanket anymore, that's Felix, the kitten that I was just showing. That's my husband's kitten. It's our kitten, but yeah, if you I don't know if you maybe don't listen to all the little animal updates I do at the end of the live streams, but yeah, he's a kitten that we adopted a couple months ago. On September 27th, to be exact. So almost 3 months ago, almost 3 months ago. So he is like 8 months old now or something. We adopted him from a rescue. Boo Boo Kitty, our other cat, she was just like a feral cat outside that kept sleeping right outside our door and breaking our heart. So we got her a little heated house, and then we started feeding her like late at night when she was there, and then we tricked her to come in the house, and we thought she wasn't like actually feral, but it turns out she pretty much is. But she's our house pet now. We keep her inside only, and she's adorable and totally sweet, and she likes us. She's peaceful. So we have two. We have Boo Boo Kitty, and then we have Felix, the kitten. Boo Boo Kitty's an adult cat. So that was just a quick... I say BBK is short for Boo Boo Kitty. Lorenzo named Boo Boo Kitty because the whole reason we got the cats, because we had gone down to no cats, because, you know, our cats that we had passed away from old age. We had no cats, but then Lorenzo's like, no, we have to get cats, which is so wild that he was like that, because I used to be the one that was, you know, campaigning for giant numbers of pets. Anyway. Okay. So, Merry Christmas. Well, I don't celebrate Christmas, but I appreciate your intention, and if you do, I hope you have a Merry Christmas. Sound issues, I think, is hopefully resolved now. Let me scroll forward. Yeah, people can hear me now. Okay, good. Scrolling back. Let's see. Yes, good purple color flowers. Oh, I think you were talking about the image that I showed of, I think it's of lavender. It's supposed to be lavender, but maybe it's, yeah, I think it's lavender, that image that I was showing. Someone was talking about languages, because I mentioned, because they had posted some Chinese characters, and I said, well, it could be Japanese, because Japanese also uses Chinese characters. And then they say Chinese is older. Well, yeah, I wasn't saying Chinese wasn't older. I was just saying that Japanese, they have an extra alphabet that they use. I I forget what it's called. But I want to say it's Kana, but I don't remember exactly. But they also use Chinese characters. So not everything is said. So to learn Japanese, you have to learn so much. I mean, their special alphabet that they have is really easy to learn and quick. But then all the Chinese characters obviously is a big deal to learn, which I was not very good at when I tried in college. And then that person says, Japan, Korea, Vietnam did not have their own writing. Long time ago. Many of them used Chinese characters until the 20th century and invented their own written language. Yes, Korean does not use Chinese characters. They only use their Korean alphabet, which is very cool. I have started to learn Korean. I plan to learn more of it in the future. Someone says, do share any insights on my adult kids, especially my daughter. Well, with this healing, she still has a lot of that. We did that, clear crappy gifts, out of those two meridians, heart and pericardium meridian, and the way to auras, clear crappy gifts, like dumped energy from other people. She still has a lot to clear from that. I mean, in other words, she did clear some, and her angels liked the work she did, but you can only do so much at once. So there's a lot more that she could clear with that. She is going to work more with her angels in her sleep about it, because you have to do it bit by bit. But since we got her started on it, she's more familiar with it and less resistant to that idea. So her angels are happy about that. And they'll be able to work more with her in her sleep about it. I mean, overall, she did well. The sleep stuff, the good karma window stuff, her angels also want her to work more with them on that, the good karma window stuff, which can help with focus too. It's not just for sleep. So she's going to work with her angels more on that too. She is not moving forward at the moment. I wonder why. Like on her spiritual path, she's kind of like turned around a little. Yeah, now she's moving forward. I just said you could say that to her at any time. Just make sure you're present. Like, don't get in her head about it. Just like maybe do some body awareness stuff. Like, feel your toes, wiggle your butt, whatever. And then you can say with your mind, hey, let your angels help you today, or let your angels help you move forward. So that's basically what I did. I said, hey, let your angels help you move forward. And I did a little unblocking of her path, but you don't really have to do that. Just say, hey, your angels can help you move forward. Let your angels help you. And then, it kind of clicks her out of her, like brain freeze, kind of. So she's fine now. Hope that helps. Someone says, thanks, Janet. Feel better, more positive, zen. Before the healing, I felt kind of victimized by how my mom and brother were treating me. Continued below. They were sort of snide, passive-aggressive, and I got triggered. I really didn't react, but was bothered. Well, good job you didn't react, because that could have snowballed into something much bigger. My mom seems to smile at me, but with hate in her eyes. After the healing, they're kinder. Oh, very nice. Good. Yeah, people with heart chakra issues, it's hard for them to truly feel and show benevolence. Like, if I'm working with someone with a lot of heart issues, it's like, even if, like, say I do them a favor and they want to thank me, it's like it doesn't come across the same way as someone else who doesn't have the heart issues. When they thank you, you can kind of feel it's not that they're sending you, it's just that they kind of bloom with their gratitude. Whereas someone with heart issues, they don't bloom at all with their gratitude. And if they have like bitterness and, you know, like your mom has like bitterness and sort of like some repressed revenge stuff in there from past lives that she hasn't worked on. So like not only does her gratitude not bloom, but it's kind of, you know, there's a little bit of that sort of a little mean girlness that kind of comes through. So, yeah. But I'm glad the healing helped, both of them and you. That's nice. Yeah, the stuff we worked on with the meridians, the heart meridian and the pericardium meridian, you could repeat that later if you want. And that, I think, is probably what helped them the most. Although the recurring event baggage, though, is pretty timely to do. Because we did that in the, we did one, it'll be, I think in one chapter, or maybe I'll make them separate chapters, I'm not sure. But we did clearing recurring event baggage. And, you know, for example, baggage that gets triggered every time you meet with your relatives. Or every time you meet with your relatives around Christmas or, you know, whatever holiday you celebrate. So probably like 50-50, both those things help the most. But good, I'm glad. Okay, so that person continues. It says, my self-assessment is that my brother gets triggered by my progress in my career, and energetically I don't know what triggered in my mom. Well, just what I said, just her overall bitterness, repressed bitterness. You mentioned your spouse is in a good mood and unbothered. How nice. Yeah, he's moving forward really quickly. I think the inner child stuff helped, and the recurring event baggage, clearing recurring event baggage, was very timely for him. Yeah, that's cool. I'm really glad I included recurring event baggage in today's healing, and I'm glad I specifically made the healing on Christmas Day, because I could have done it a week earlier, but I was like, oh no, this will be so cool. Because it's a day that a lot of people really need healing. That, you know, maybe celebrate Christmas, or they're just, you know, around holiday parties and whatever, and it's right before the new year, and so I was hoping it would be very timely for people. Okay, so backtracking to the comments that I missed. So this is, thank you, Janet. Feeling very mellow, much better than I was earlier. Oh, good. I've been feeling a lot of grief lately. You know, I think it was the pericardium and heart meridian stuff that you feel the grief that you already had more when you're more present there. So then you just kind of keep going with it. Just clear out the crappy presence. I tried to make today's live stream kid friendly, because I know that sometimes, not very often, but sometimes there's a parent who's like, oh, I think I want to, you know, have my child listen to this chapter of the live stream. So I tried to restrain my potty mouth today. La la la. I've been feeling a lot of grief lately, and I was drawn to older healing where we worked need versus want baggage. That's kind of interesting. It's helping me with finances, new job stuff, and clearing grief. Yeah, I can see with need versus want that would help with finances. New job stuff and clearing grief. Am I reading that right? Not sure I've been hearing my angels well either. I think you hear your angels well enough, they say, you know. When you have problems, it's just like when your sister's sitting in your lap, or your mom's yelling at you. One of the two, of course, which is not a surprise, I'm sure. But it seems like you clear them out enough. But yeah, when in doubt, just clear those two ladies out, and maybe ask for sound boundaries. As you know, you could always say, angels, can you please help me with sound boundaries with this person? You know, if you know they're like screaming at you telepathically. And then the angels make these gold flowy sound boundary force fields between you and that person, which is nice. Alrighty. But yeah, need versus want baggage. That seems cool. New job stuff. Your job search. You could do that spiritual path thing. Like, imagine you and your spiritual path, and just imagine a spiritual, like the aspect of your spiritual path that's just for you finding a new job, and relocating, and just see, are you moving forward on it? And, just, that seems like could be a nice way to work it for now. Your job change and relocation path, and see, are you moving forward on it? Are you letting your angels help and guide you? Are you, do you have any junk you're trying to drag forward with you that is unhealthy, and just, melt all that. So do it like as a spiritual path. Clearing. All right, so then someone says, thank you for the healing. I've been feeling a desire for more deeper connections, but not finding much. I got feedback that there's not much left for me where I'm at in Michigan, considering a move to California. Feels angel approved, and I need to clear fear and find a financially supported way to do it. No, I think you're hearing that right. Seems like your angels are happy with that plan. Yeah, seems accurate. Feeling a desire for more deeper connections, but not finding much. Yeah, it does seem like, yeah, I think you're right about that whole thing about, what you're meant to learn and experience in Michigan. If you imagine them like check boxes, it seems like, the only checkbox left is, leaving. From what I can see. So yeah, I think your read is accurate on that. You can read like timing, like do your angels suggest that you start job searching right away? Do they suggest that you need, job training first before you look for jobs? Just get more of a detailed plan as far as timing and how and what's involved. Obviously, maybe that might not all come to you in a second, but, ask the angels to help and, clear blocks to hearing clearly, and, just give it time, keep working it. Someone says, well timed. I have a hard time getting back to normal after so many gatherings, so many holiday gatherings. Yeah, I couldn't handle that personally. There used to be this guy who would, we lived in Chicago, there was this guy I went to college with, and he and his partner would have this, I think it was a Christmas party, or it was a New Year's party. I think it was New Year's Eve party. And, Chicago in this time of year, it's so cold. And it gets dark so early here too, but it's not as cold. But at least in Chicago, there's plenty of streetlights, in the city. Here, it's like, there are definitely not enough streetlights. So you're like driving, and it's like freaking dark, and there are these turns, and it's not well lit, and you're like, jeepers, is the turn yet? And you like can't see because your headlights are showing forward. You don't have like side lights. It's crazy out here. So like we try to, it's kind of nuts, but we try to like drive places in the daytime if we can do it, and you get back while it's daylight. Because even if you know the route, like if it's pitch black, you could literally miss your turn because you're like, I know it's here, but is it here, or is it up there? Because it's just not lit. Because it's like it's not the city, it's like away from. Where we live is a small city to begin with, but then where we live is like in this unincorporated part, and so it's crazy. But anyway, so I used to like back out of that New Year's invite so often until he stopped inviting me. Because I was just like, no thanks, I'm a happy hermit, Because it's like, okay, dark, cold, and in Chicago there's a whole different problem where like you can't find parking. At night, especially New Year's Eve at night. Seriously, like how are you going to find parking? So it was a mess. So I would just always say, no thanks, So I don't know how people do that, go to a lot of those gatherings. Anyway, I can lightly intuit people when I work chakras or grounding, but still get lost in order to fully get fully present and fitted. Well, I think, sometimes you overthink things, like you want all that detailed, precise awareness, and sometimes when it's not happening, you just kind of get repetitive and get really, really detailed. I think sometimes, it's like if you took a break and did some stretching, or, like have you eaten protein recently, or I guess when in doubt, work your first and second chakras, because those are probably the chakras you're not in, or, at least first chakra. When in doubt, work like unblock your legs and your feet chakra and your first and second chakras. Yeah. But, it's not uncommon if you're not super present that your awarenesses aren't going to be perfect, so that's why really all my techniques, you don't need it. You can just do them all with intention. You don't have to see, you don't have to feel energy, you don't have to be confident. You just kind of, all right, I hope this works, it would be fine. So I'm sure you're not the only one that has problems with, precise work when you're not quite present yet. You could try out-of-body meditations too, for variety. If you're not having the clarity you want, that, I only have one, but there is a video I did. You search Janet Wright out-of-body meditation, you'll find it. It also has sky jacuzzi in the title, for like hot tub, sky jacuzzi. Sky jacuzzi, like a hot tub in the sky. So you could try that sometimes too. Anyway, the person that wants to move from Michigan to California says, I am concerned my parents will interfere energetically. Yes, that is quite possible. But, such is life. I mean, that's why you work boundaries. That's why you repair your auras. That's why you, clear baggage. It doesn't mean that, it means they'll try to interfere potentially, but it doesn't mean that they would be successful. Do you know what I mean? You just, keep an eye on it. Wash them out. Watch to see, like watch a movie of yourself and them and see how they're blocking you in your quest to move and get a new job. And then just wash them out of your space and keep them off your spiritual path. But yeah, it's a thing. Somebody says, is it that I need to work more on simplicity and the recurring events? Well, yes, I did say the simplicity part already, and before I saw that. And recurring events, I mean, well, for family gatherings, sure, yeah, that would be nice. What happens to you with all those social gatherings? I think your body ends up matching people. I think, you're around some pretty judgy people, though, so it's not like you're bathed in, social acceptance and kindness and empathy. There's some pretty judgy people you're around that are, kind of like in the back of their head thinking judgments subconsciously maybe, about you and about your kids or whatever, They're just judgy people, period, And so you're pretty aware, and so you can kind of feel that, even maybe consciously. So it's a little off-putting, So you can clear blocks around, being around judgmental people, like so that you are not so triggered, like what gets triggered when you're around people that don't just accept you for who you are, and clear blocks related to that. I think that would be a really great thing for you to work clearing. And the one that says, is it that I need to work more on the simplicity and recurring events?
Yeah, I think simplicity always, yes, but also just what triggers when you're around people that are judging you. Someone says, "Hey, Janet, I just happened to see you were live. Merry Christmas." Well, I don't support Christmas. I don't celebrate Christmas, but thank you. I appreciate the kind, thoughtful intention behind that. And Merry Christmas to you, if you celebrate Christmas. You can just say Happy Almost New Year, because we probably both celebrate that. So it says, "Thank you, Janet. I loved We Fake It Till You Make It." That's right. I felt really inspired, like something sparked within. Oh, good. Feeling a bit stressed. My little ones are courting and just noticed, LOL. I also see my... lost my voice just then. I also see my grounding isn't as strong as it used to be. Good point. I sense weakness, but not from invasive beings or people. If I self-assess, I haven't been fully in my body. You rock star. I love it now that I've asked you guys to self-assess and not just be like, "Janet, tell me my life story." So, yeah, good job.
Yeah, so what you're referring to, I think, is when we talked about, I didn't write it in my notes, but it's after some section and we stuck in some affirmations, which was nice. It may have been after the inner child healing. But we did things like, "I am ready for 2026. I was born ready." You know, so like you just kind of feel your confidence. Even if you don't feel confident, you just kind of set yourself at confidence. I feel ready. I feel ready. I have angels. I'm letting my angels help guide and protect me. I am ready for 2026. You know, just kind of set your tone. If you're self-assessing, you haven't been fully in your body, well, sure, that's true. You know, I think you could do more with clear recurring event baggage. It's a section that we did in the healing. And like, you know, what triggers every holiday season for you? That could help a lot. Maybe some earth energy soaks, you know, just bring up earth energy and just soak in it, like red earth energy, and just sit in some red earth energy here for a while, especially when you're around people. People get very frenetic during the holidays, especially in winter. Winter and holidays is a very like ungrounded vibe usually with people, with most people. So if you do like an earth energy soak and just sit there with the earth energy, that can help you not match everybody's craziness. But yeah, good self-assessment. Someone says, "Izzy walking around jingling his collar jewel sounds like he's getting his exercise laps in. It just made me smile." Yeah. Yeah, it's because I'm not using the directional mic, which I do apologize to the people that are sensitive to sound. I will do some testing before the next big healing live stream to see if I can get the mic working and the laptop behaving all at the same time. We will see. Because I do have multiple clients that are sensitive to sound. And so, but I know some people appreciate hearing everything that's going on in my house. And they appreciate hearing the cat and dog sounds and whatever else is happening. Let's see. Las Vegas, Nevada, 58 degrees Fahrenheit. That's nice. So it says, "My manifestation wings were looking yellowish, especially the left one. Self-assessment was that it had to do with working with a certain person. You say their initials. They look a lot more snowy white than I thought about working more with this other person, feeling like the invasive energy at night may have to do with that other person. Don't think she likes my new boundaries, but I don't think I can work with her without them. Worked good karma windows last night. Seems helpful, but still woke up. Thanks." So the yellowish, if you have a yellowish energy on something that's normally like the natural color for it is gold, like your creative rings or like your good karma windows. Your manifestation wings back there. It's usually someone else's energy slathered on top of them. So you just, melt the cords and melt all that energy that's not yours. So then you see the energy underneath it is gold. As far as the different people, that seems kind of all murky for me to read right now. I'm going to pass on that. But boundaries are good. You could redo, as far as sleep, we did a section where we worked, it was right after the 5 essentials, because at the end of the 5 essentials we're working the base of skull points and the good karma windows. After that we did this clear neck and base of skull area of the astral body, and it was just a lot of like removing hard devices and stuff from here, and you could redo that a bunch. I think that could help your sleep. So I don't think not waking up, the whole thing about sleeping through the night, like if you can sleep through 8 hours solid without waking up, God bless you, that's amazing. I used to be able to, I don't even think I did that though. I think I would wake up once, but now I wake up more than once. So, but I think some of that is just physical body stuff. So I'm not sure that 100% you could work that with energy healing, but I think you can definitely improve it with energy healing, that I know. So that each time you sleep is like a bigger chunk before you wake up again, and how easy you go back to sleep is definitely workable with energy work. Anyway, so someone says, "Hi Janet, can you give me some feedback on my current boundaries with my biological family?" Sure. My self-assessment is that they are triggered over big shifts that have taken place for me. Am I paranoid? No, you're not paranoid. They are very often triggered about everything in life, so including you, but not exclusively you. People that don't ground, that don't meditate, that don't value and think about non-resistance and non-judgment, they can get triggered about something, just like we can, watching a video or listening to something, but then they would stay triggered for potentially months, triggered about the same thing that they, some video they watched back in August, so then they're just triggered about more and more and more and more, so then they're just more out of their body more and more and more. So are they triggered by changes in your life? Some of them, yes, but some of them it's like holiday baggage, and just, they're just so full of triggered baggage and so ungrounded. So you're not paranoid, but I think, just, anyway, you continue. I've gone no contact, and this year I celebrated the holiday happily with both sides of my husband's families. Well, congratulations. Yeah, I didn't know that was a phrase. We saw some video recently, and that's a phrase, go no contact. But yeah, I've been no contact with my birth family, I call them, actually. It's really, most people would say my family, but, for me, a family is who you choose to have as your family members, so it's your free will is involved in it. But so since I've needed to go my own way, and I chose to go my own way decades ago, I consider them my birth family. But yeah, I guess now that's a thing that's more and more common. Back when I did it, it was pretty unusual, but I guess now it's not so unusual. But yeah, I think there are plenty of times where that's the healthiest thing to do. So I'm glad that you decided that works for you, and you did it. You know, I mean, I'm not saying everyone should do it at all, but, you know, if you know that that's what you need to do for your own health, I'm glad that you did it, for sure. Congratulations. Someone says, thank you, Janet. You're welcome. Someone says, hi, Janet. Thank you for the healing. 2025 was a very trying year. I could use some encouraging words or a message from my angels to help me shift into 2026 and make peace with 2025. I know who you are, but I'm fuzzing on your name. If you had put your initials, that would have been slightly nice, but oh, okay, I got it. I know your name. Okay. Okay, the thing is, sometimes what you do is you repress. You don't clear, you repress. So you try to put it out of your mind, which doesn't mean clear. It means you're shoving it down. So the way your angels show it to me, it's like the door for you to, or sort of the curtains for you to go through and, you know, have your grand opening of 2026 is kind of like artificially limited by all the baggage that you're trying to shove down and not clear and avoid from 2025. So you get the healings, but I think you get like only the twin sets. So you just there's a short video in the short video playlist. I think it's got clear avoidance, clear denial, clear avoidance in the title. But if you could try to make that more like your personal religion, you know, that you don't avoid, you clear. Don't avoid, clear. Because you're making life artificially harder for yourself by trying to put things out of your mind rather than clear them. Just clear them. You know, because it's like you're dragging behind you like 15 elephants worth of stuff that you're pretending isn't there, but it's there, you know. So I can't really dress that up. You're making it hard on yourself, you know what I mean? Like I don't want to say like, oh, you'll be great, you know. I want to give you like the reality of what's happening is that you don't have to drag those 15 elephants anymore. You can just drop the chains of this avoided baggage and just be like, okay, angels, I'm done avoiding, but there's so much shit that I've avoided. Just help me do it in a healthy and gentle way. And that's all you need to do. And then every night in your sleep, you don't even have to meditate consciously. Every night in your sleep, your angels will help you, you know, incrementally get through the 15 elephants of avoided shit that you've been dragging behind you this whole time. Okay? So I hope that makes sense. You don't need to drag the elephants with you. You know, in this metaphor, I think they're like dead elephants. They're not like living ones. You know, it's just like junky burdens that you're carrying unnecessarily just because you have this default to like shove it down rather than clear it. So, hope that makes sense. So the good news is things can become considerably easier, but it would take a bit to like change your default because your default is to shove it behind you and pretend it's not there versus like clear it, you know, or say, hey, I'm letting my angels help me clear this, or I'm letting go of this, I am letting go of this, you know, like that could be your personal religion, your middle name, your new middle name, you know, I am letting go, I am letting go, you know, even just some simple affirmation like that is enough, you know, I am letting go, I'm too old for this trauma, I am letting go. You know, I am ready for 2026. I am letting go of the dead elephants. I am letting go of all the shit I've been avoiding. I'm just letting go of it. I'm letting the angels help me with it because I'm just too old for the drama. How about that? Custom affirmations for you. You're welcome. So yeah, it's not so much make peace with 2025, it's stop dragging it around. Stop pretending. Stop like thinking that shoving it down is actually fixing it. It's not. You need to actually let go of it. Let your angels help you to clear it, let go of it, however you want to think about it. But yeah. Hope that helps. Oh, so it says, my mom called me during the healing. Isn't that funny? Good karma windows part and upset me. Blocked my 4th chakra grounding, and I feel a pressure in my forehead, so 6th damage. And it made me cranky and bring up more bad memories with her, and I told myself this is why I avoid calling her. I think she and my dad are in my space about marriage and dating. I'm sure they are. I think that's why your angels suggested dating outside of your culture, because sometimes you can shock people out of your space. Like that's why somebody told me once that's why people drive motorcycles, because they have their moms in their space, and when they drive a motorcycle their moms are so horrified that they like run screaming out of their space, and so it gets their moms out of their space. So I think that's true with a lot of like dangerous activities, that those people had their moms in their spaces, and so it's such a relief for them to do something, even if it's like incredibly dangerous, because it gets their mom out of their space or their dad out of their space. So I don't know if you'll feel exhilaration from dating outside of your culture, but it seems like that would horrify both of your parents to the point where they would like have to like, be away from you for a while, like energetically. So, because it's so not what they would expect of you, or I don't know if they require that of you or not, but it just seems like that's part of why your angels, plus there is some energy around you, like, that it might actually help you be more present. Because that's a thing. That's why, like, being in big cities, diverse cities, can be very cathartic for people. Because if you're around different cultures, it helps you to knock the brain chips from your original culture out of your space. Whereas if you're only with people of your own cultural background, you all have the same brain chips, and so they're not as obvious. So like subconsciously just being around diverse people and interacting with them can help you clear out, religious baggage from your culture of origin, religious baggage or, social baggage from your culture of origin, all sorts of stuff. So, yeah, but I would watch like how victim-y the way you wrote it was. Like, okay, you got pissed when she called you and she whacked you a bunch, and so there was some damage, right? But, it's like sometimes just the way you say it, like she didn't get you angry. I mean, it's like the way you said it, like she upset me, right? She upset me. She blocked my 4th chakra. No, you have inner baggage that triggered when she called. Recurring event baggage. Baggage that triggers every time she calls. Baggage that triggers every time she, gives you certain advice or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So your baggage triggered, and that's really like 80% of how your mood tanked, is your inner baggage that you already had, and dumped energy that she dumped in your space 20 years ago that you already had triggered. You see? So that's where how you think about it is empowering, because it shows you more literally what happened. She can't actually upset you. She just does what she does, and you experience it because mostly your inner stuff that happens, so your shit got triggered, and that shit is upsetting to you, and your mood tanked, and then you got kind of stuck in your 4th and feeling like, well, this sucks, she ruined my day, oh, I was feeling so good, now the healing won't work on me, so you kind of spiraled with it. See what I'm saying? But you don't have to. You can kind of unspiral now. You can just say, well, okay, fine. that is a recurring event, and it's kind of a perfect illustration of, of the whole clear recurring event baggage that we did in this healing, and so maybe it'll motivate you to clear more of that recurring event baggage. What triggers every time your mom calls? What triggers every time your parents, think about you being single and unmarried and without children? So you see what I'm saying? Like, your baggage, you can clear your baggage so that every time she tries to do what she does, it bothers you less and less and less and less. You see what I'm saying? You have control over how you receive someone's words, how you receive someone's actions. You can't get her to stop calling you. I mean, you can stop calling her, but you can't get her to stop calling you, really. I mean, unless you go no contact and block her and all that, which probably you won't do. You could, but you probably won't. So, but you can clear your triggers so that each time you kind of take your temperature, okay, I got this upset this time. Okay, I still have more to clear. Okay, this time I got less upset and I got less damage. So that means my auras were stronger, I was more grounded, and I was able to clear more of my triggers ahead of time and in the moment. See what I'm saying? So it's just like almost like a spiritual test, I guess. How did you fare during that spiritual test? Like, there were probably calls that have ruined your mood for longer and even more profoundly than that, right? So that means you're more flowing, you're more present than you used to be, you're more non-resistant than you used to be, you're less, harsh on yourself than you used to be, right? So you just kind of pat yourself on the back for the progress you've made, and then you just kind of plot your course and have a goal being, well, my goal is, whatever they try, it's just not going to bug me. I can just be present, clear my triggers, work my grounding while she goes on and on and on. You see what I'm saying? So take back your power, get your own personal goals in regards to the situation, clear your recurring event baggage. Yeah, you don't have to be perfect by tomorrow with it, but that's the idea. So I hope that helps. Have asked my angels to help me with healthy boundaries with both of them. Yeah, that's great. And will calm my energy back too. Yeah, that could help. Someone says, thank you so much, Janet. It's been a wild ride, but now I'm healthier, healing on my own, and starting therapy soon. Very cool. Very nice. Good job. You're funny, somebody says. Well, thank you. I'm glad you think so. Humor is, of course, very subjective, so, but that's great that you think I'm funny. I'm pleased. Someone said, at least I'm self-amusing. That's my primary goal, is to be self-amusing. Someone said, I felt really whacked right before the healing by my sister, but healed myself along with your healing and felt that worked very well. Good for you. Did we clear it? But I'm still feeling very guilty about going on a trip with my daughters and leaving my 8-month-old kitten with my cranky 3-year-old cat and pet sitter who visits only one time a day for 30 minutes. Asking for your practical feedback since you've had... I suppose you mean you've had kittens. I mean, the thing is, what can you do? I mean, you have a cat and you have a kitten and you did get a pet sitter. But yeah, it's awkward. I mean, maybe, if you could afford it, next time get a pet sitter that can just hang out for a few hours, maybe someone who's trustworthy, who just wants to sit somewhere and do homework for 3 hours, But the kitten would probably want to be played with for that long. Yeah, it's awkward, I mean, because the kitten's going to be lonely, but, it is what it is. I mean, because if that kitten went somewhere else, if you had a friend who had a kitten and they could kitten sit with your kitten, like a 3-day play date with them, maybe, but they would have to be trustworthy and your kitten would have to get along with their kitten. That could be kind of complex to figure out. So, I mean, at least your kitten is safe, and, you know, being fed and all that, and they're in a comfortable environment, so I'm sure they miss you, but, you know. I'm assuming you're already on the trip. If you haven't yet left, I guess you could leave clothing with your scent on it, like, you know, wear a shirt, you know, and then take off the shirt, and rather than put it in the laundry, just leave it on the floor for your kitten to smell your scent while you're not there. Maybe stuff like that. You can, like, we have a whole kitten play area over here with a bunch of boxes and stuff. For our kitten, we have a tunnel and a bunch of, you know, they just like silly stuff like boxes and glitter balls and stuff. Like these glitter balls, they really like this stuff. So, you know, I mean, your kitten doesn't have another kitten, just like our kitten doesn't have another kitten. We have a cat, but actually the kitten kind of chases our cat and ruins it. So we have to keep them apart. We're hoping someday we won't have to keep them apart. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, ideally you'd have someone who visited several times a day, but, you know, that can get very costly if it's not a friend. So I don't really have good advice for that. You know, it is what it is. But yeah, maybe just, you know, leaving a lot of stuff with your scent so they can still smell you while you're not there. This is all helpful. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. All right. Oh, yeah, let's do a quick outdoor cat update. Okay, so this is the update on the cats that are not our pet cats. Our pet cats are indoor only. We don't let our cats go out. So we have Felix, the kitten who you've seen, and then Boo Boo Kitty, who's our indoor only pet cat who we adore, but she is a feral cat, so she's not cuddly. But anyway, but outside, you know, our neighborhood has a lot of unowned cats that roam. A lot of owned cats that people just let out, which where we live is very dangerous. I think in probably most areas it's very dangerous. There may be some areas where it's not dangerous to do that, but here it is. There's, you know, coyotes and loose dogs and drunk drivers, all sorts of wacky stuff. So it's dangerous, but people do it anyway. So there are owned cats that are roaming, but then there are unowned cats that are roaming all hours of the night because they don't have a home. And Orson was a cat. I'll show you him. He is still a cat, but he turned out he was owned by a guy up the street, but we didn't know. We thought we could have him as our pet, our indoor-only pet. So we brought him inside, and then here's Orson. That's my husband, Lorenzo, with Orson on his lap, just after we brought him inside, like 2-3 hours afterwards. But then we brought Orson to a vet, and he had a microchip that, you know, the owner was registered to him, and that's a guy several properties up from us. And he wouldn't let us have him as our pet, even though he was in our yard all the time, even all night long. But the development is, and I had ordered, I bought a cat house that he could sleep in for the short term. I got it from Amazon, so it came really fast. But then I ordered a very deluxe cat house that was hundreds and hundreds of dollars that they haven't even made yet because they're so backed up, because they're custom made houses. But the new development, so I'm going to say new development. case people just want to skip to it. So the new development with Orson is that he's not in our yard anymore. He was in our yard like, you know, large parts of the day and all night. For, you know, the weather was getting colder and, you know, windy and rainy, and it was terrible, and that's why we started ordering cat houses for him, because we felt so bad. And, you know, the owner wouldn't let us adopt him and bring him inside, so it was just, you know, breaking our heart, you know, to see him huddled around against our house all night in the cold and the wet. But anyway, it's not happening anymore. And so I texted the owner guy, and I was like, is he okay? You know, because we had some really big windstorms that brought down tree limbs, big tree limbs and stuff. So I was like, is he okay? Have you seen him lately? And he said yes. He said that he has been spending a lot more of his time at his owner's house. I don't know, in the house or in the yard or what, but he's over there now, I guess, most of the time. When he didn't used to be, he was here most of the time. But he said that because he has, I think still probably, a lot of stray cats that he feeds, but a lot of them were not fixed, and so that makes it harder for, you know, because they're like all these unneutered cats, they, you know, they can get very feisty with each other and rude, you know, with each other. So, but I guess he recently, that guy recently got some rescue to help him to fix all of the cats and maybe adopt out some of them. So there may be fewer in number, but also they're all fixed, the ones that are there. So for whatever, you know, that was good enough for Orson, so he's now hanging out there all the time. So then, so that's actually good, because, I mean, yeah, we miss seeing him, but it's better. We didn't want him to suffer in the cold here. You know, it's better because he has asthma, and his owner has a, you know, an asthma inhaler for him. And it's better that the owner can observe him and can see, you know, monitor his health conditions and give him the inhaler when he needs it and all that stuff. So it's a huge relief to know that Orson is now staying at his owner's place most of the time. Like, huge relief. So in response, I emailed the place that hasn't yet done it, but is about to build this custom deluxe house for him that we were going to have in front of our house. I asked them if we could cancel and refund. Which, you know, but it's because I won't need such a deluxe house. I already have, really, we have 2 cat houses. One's pretty tiny that we used to use for Boo Boo Kitty, because she's not that big. And so we had this little heated tent-shaped house some of you saw in the past for her. Let me see if I could find an image of that. There she is. She's so cute. That was like right after we tricked her to come inside. She's so confused. But let's see if I can find. I don't think I can find a image of. Oh, stop with the cord. Stop that. Man, he can destroy electronics because he messes with the cord. Electronics are very expensive that he's messing with. Yeah, I can't find a photo that I want. Oh well. But anyway, we have a triangle-shaped, smaller house for cats, and then we have the bigger one that I got from Amazon recently, you know, for Orson, and that one is, we still have. So we'll see if this place allows me to cancel and refund. It would be quite a big financial windfall if we did get that refund. Right now they're not responding back, but I think it's because they took Christmas week off. So we'll see. So it's good news for Orson and his health long term, that he will be around his owner much, much, much more often and not here suffering in the cold and the wind and rain. And then it's maybe good news for me, because I'll be getting back hundreds of dollars. Hopefully. We'll see about that. That could be cool. So then, okay, so that's that. But the cat saga continues. It's not just that. I will try to be quick. So then we had, I won't show photos today, but we have a camera inside the cat house that we do have, the bigger one from Amazon, that cat house, and we thought this cat, thirsty cat, was going in there, but we got more photos of him, and maybe I will show one photo. We got more photos of him, and we realized, because it was night vision on the camera, which shows him as white, all white. So, but night vision shows, oh, I don't want to turn on my phone, it might mess up with my sound. It shows gray cats, all gray cats, and orange cats as white. Like, that's a night vision cam, it just shows gray and orange as white. So we didn't really know if he was all gray, he would have been thirsty cat, but we saw some patterning all over him in later photos. So then we knew, no, he's really an orange cat with a lot of patterning. So we decided to call him Tiger. And he was staying in that house like 2 different nights or 3 different nights. But then I put straw in the house and not the cushion that he was used to. And supposedly they like straw a lot, and it's like perfect, and I paid all this money to get straw shipped from like this perfect place that sells the cleanest long straw that's supposed to be the best for outdoor feral cats, and it's going to keep them so dry, and they're really going to love it. And they kept, warning us not to humanize the cats and to understand that a cushion is not preferred and that they'll love the straw, and no one goes in there. Ever since we got the straw, no cat goes in there. Which is like so screwed up. So, but I think part of it is that camera that I have inside there, it blinks when there's motion, it'll blink in order to take the photos. It's called a low light camera, low light night vision. So I did a lot of research late one night when I should have been asleep already, and there's something called a no glow. That's a low glow one that we have, which is not really that low. It's a bright, damn blinking light, which freaks out the cats, I think. It didn't freak out Orson, but I think it freaks out all the other cats. So I ordered new webcams, or no, trail cams, outdoor trail cams, and they're no glow. So they will not emit any visible light as they take night vision photos of the cat in the, hopefully, trying to get into the thing. Because I think what was happening is, A, there's straw, which they think is a little weird and unusual, and B, as soon as they start to come in, this big blinking light comes on inside there, and they're like, whoa, what's that? And they don't try, so I'm going to switch out the cameras. I just don't have time yet. I have the cameras. So hopefully by Sunday, I will have good news to tell you that the no vision cameras maybe made the difference. We'll see. If not, eventually, I'll get rid of the straw, I guess, and put the cushion if everybody's freaked out by the straw. But we'll see. Supposedly, you're not supposed to use cushions because the cushions can get wet, even if it's polyester. If it's cotton, it's super bad. But if it's polyester, it can still get wet, and through condensation and stuff. And then it can freeze if it goes below freezing, and then that could really harm your cats. The cats, because they'll be waking up on something that's frozen, and they could get sick from that. So that's why you do straw instead. But so anyway, long story short, that's the saga. So let's see. Somebody says leaving in 4 days. Thanks for the suggestion about the clothing. Lots of toys for them. 2 times a day would be. Yeah, it's so expensive. But, I mean, I don't know, maybe if there's some, just like a person or something that can just sleep there or something, but yeah, I know that, yeah. Pet sitting is expensive. Although that seems really expensive. Maybe you should shop around. But yeah, well, I don't know if you have like, yeah, well, we'll figure it out. Okay, so you guys are amazing, and this live stream has been so long, and I will put chapters in it so you can skip all the drama where you can even hear me speak, unless it does sound perfectly, but I'll still put chapters. Probably not tonight though, because it's so late, and it's 9:19 for me even. So it's really much later for everybody else, but I probably won't do anything tonight. It'll just wait till tomorrow. Tomorrow's another day. So, happy Thursday. Happy holidays if you celebrate. I don't like to assume. For me, it's just Thursday. Okay, bye everybody. You're so amazing and wonderful and fabulous, and your angels are always there to help and guide you. You're amazing. Bye.